All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. I see you are still freezing there, my friend. Looks cold. Looks cold. I don't think Peter has audio yet.
Hold on, here I am.
Okay, right. There he goes. Good morning, man. How are you?
I'm getting there. Sorry about that. Yeah, running a little behind today. Because I didn't even get my picture up, but yeah, it was a double overtime hockey game last night. See, and I didn't get a lot of sleep.
Double time hockey game. All right, did your team win?
No.
Ooh,
no, unfortunately.
Ouch. Double whammy.
Yeah. So it was a crazy game though, man. There is nothing like playoff hockey. It was crazy. So awesome game. It's just a shame didn't turn out the way I wanted, but that happens sometimes. So what can you do about it, right? So
sure does, man. As long as you had a great game, you enjoyed yourself. That's awesome. Yeah. All right, friends, as we get ready for another day of trading this morning, our gappers list looking the other way now. A lot of stuff in the green today, as you can see here. Just everything feeling nice and green this morning. And the same thing with a lot of our usual suspects. SPY is also up slightly this morning, so things are pretty much looking great in that end. As far as the gap down list, just a couple here, 1, 2, about 4 or so. Some that we have looked at yesterday, like PBM, was high flying yesterday, one of our popcorn tickers today on the down side of things this morning. AXTI, we've seen plenty of times in our list on here again, down 10%. So plenty of stuff happening there as we get ready for our market open today, which should be another exciting day. A lot of news to cover today. Some big news from some big companies as well. We'll dive into all of that in just a second. Peter, I don't got the U.S. economic calendar, but give us what's going on for today, if anything.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I did manage to put that in there, but it was probably a little late. We can share it live here, too. But we got a couple things this morning. Retail sales are coming out at 8:30. In just a couple of minutes, we'll have the ADP employment. The market doesn't pay as much attention to that as it does to the job numbers, but it'll be interesting to see what that ADP employment number looks like. And then at 10 o'clock, we have home sales and business inventories. So we'll look forward to that. Again, the market usually, most recently, it's been completely ignoring all this data. So we'll keep telling you about it because you just never know, right, when the market's going to pay attention to actual economic data. But it seems like ever since the pandemic, the market used to move. You could trust it to move on this. But the last couple of years, it's really sort of largely said, whatever. Economics? What do I care, right? War? Oil prices at all-time high? I don't care. Let's put the markets at all-time high, right? The market doesn't really care what's happening in the economic world, so why should they be related? Let's go. Anyways, so that's me being facetious a little bit, but largely that's, what's been happening. So, as crazy as it sounds, that's where we're at. So we'll let you know anyways with the numbers when they come out in case we see the market move.
Yeah, we sure will, my friends. Market right now is just slightly higher. Yesterday was a big nothing burger. I mean, it was sideways a lot of most of the day was sideways besides this one drop around 10 to 11 a.m. then back to some sideways action. But I gotta say, some tickers did trade it very well, like Tesla. If you guys remember, what a beautiful drop that was. And some other ones that also eventually gave in and had a nice trade to the downside. AMD's been one of them as well. So we had a couple that actually did end up trading very well, mainly to the downside, it seems like. Was the case yesterday. So we'll see what today brings as we dissect this gappers list, see what's happening here and what is in play this morning. So let's start with go ahead, Peter, want to add something?
Oh, Mike is just commenting how I skipped over the most important thing. He's right, actually, and I didn't even
What's
notice it
that?
there. Sneaking into the middle of my economic calendar, apparently Trump is speaking at 8:30. I, if I could just be, funny for, I didn't even know he woke up at 8:30. Is he in another country? Is he in a different time zone?
He's
Like
that's it's actually late. That's
that is
late for him.
unusually well, that's unusually early for any presidential address. Normally no president ever speaks that early. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, is there what's this address about?
I
Anyways,
did not
I
know he
don't
was talking today either until you mentioned it now.
no.
So
No, I just saw it on my list. Mike pointed it out, so thank you for that, Mike.
yeah.
You know what? I guess it doesn't matter. If we know one thing about Trump, it's like it doesn't really matter what the topic of the speech is. He's just gonna talk about whatever the hell he feels like. So, it'll be about whatever he wants to talk about. So,
Yeah. We'll see. We'll get
yeah,
some information on that. But yeah, that can actually be. Yeah, you're right, Mike. That is the most important thing today. Is going to be that because clearly
yeah,
that can really move things around depending on
that's
what
the
he
thing that
talks
moves
about.
the market for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yep. So we'll be on the lookout for that. I got my live screen here going on the side just in case he pops on. I guess in 23 minutes. All right, we'll be on
Yeah,
for that.
that's about it.
Okay. Cool. We haven't seen this ticker in quite some time, my friends. This Scappers list brought to you by
Oh, my.
tradingterminal.com. So right over here, you can see what's happening. You can see other tools like this one, scanners. You can see Market Atlas, which we use every day for trading, and many, many more. So today, leading the way, Groupon. These guys are still around. This is still a thing. And somehow, some way.
They are.
I think I used them once. And I didn't really like the experience. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm saving a couple of bucks, but it's just it was for not for an event. I forgot what it was, but I had to change something, and then you just couldn't get a hold of nobody, and you had to just keep going around. Not like I'm not dealing with that. I like good service. If I buy something, I want to be able to get a hold of someone, right? And that was not the case, and that left a really bad taste in my mouth. Peter, never used them again. But here it is, Groupon, up this morning nicely, 23%. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and like I'd love to hear from everybody out there who's listening right now. Tell me the last time you used a Groupon. Like I don't know anybody that's using them. I imagine all their coupons have to be digital now, right? Like it used to be that you had physical ones, and so I don't even know how it works anymore. But anyways, Groupon, I guess it looks like they had earnings. They had and I guess the market sees it as positive. They actually grew their global billings by 7%. They're still doing $1.6 billion worth of business per quarter. So they're actually cash flow positive. And they grew their customer base. So somebody's using them. I mean,
Yeah.
their guidance for the rest of the year is a 3 to 5% growth on revenue, on billings, and that their earnings are going to be between about 70 and 75 million. So somehow they're doing good business and making money at it. So you know what? You go, Groupon.
Yeah. You go. So they're clearly in play this morning as they're pushing higher. I got to say, 307,000 shares traded. You're up 23%. I think it deserves to be on our secondary list, right? Some good numbers, some good news behind it. How it was going to trade the market open, I don't know. 300,000 shares traded. I don't know how the stock trades. We barely look at it, but it's on here. Why not? It's leading the gappers list. Let's put it on our list. I love this comment from Big Lou in chat, and man, this could be dangerous. So he says, my wife hates him. I'm sure I'm assuming you're talking about President Trump. My wife hates him, and I kind of like something in him, man. I tell you this is advice I give you. If your marriage could survive this, you guys can survive anything. That's it, man. That's the one. She's for you. You can survive anything that gets thrown at you if you get through this, okay? So keep at it, man. Good luck with everything. Let us know how it goes in 3 years.
What's interesting to me is that the automated filters in YouTube caught that comment, and you had to enable it.
Yes.
So why?
Yes.
Like it doesn't. Did it know who we were talking about? Or
Oh,
is it just because you used the word hate?
It could be the. No, I've seen hate come across before.
Yeah, like
and
why,
this is what
that doesn't.
This
seem
what
right.
pisses me off, Peter. This what pisses me off. Google is smart enough to catch even wording. Like maybe if he didn't use "hey," it's smart enough to catch political comments, and they'll block certain things. So you're like, how did this get blocked? But it was because it was a political comment leaning one way to the other. I see it all the time on YouTube. But then the technology is not great enough to stop these stupid text messages from some chick overseas that's trying to get my number and see if I'm free tonight. You can't stop that. Like, what is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying?
Carlos? Because there are Thai women that want to meet you.
All the time. I'm like, what? You can't tell that this is spam right here. You think this is okay to let through my phone, but you're gonna stop? I don't understand it. It's just hilarious, hilarious. Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's get to it, friends. So that's Groupon. But the next one on here is EFOI. So EFOI. Let's take a look. We saw this yesterday, actually. EFOI. What do we have here? We're up 6.6, 1.8 million shares traded. Yeah, this thing was active yesterday. I don't know about today, man. Low flow stock going on its third day now of being active, or at least moving around a little bit.
What the hell?
Huge volume. You okay, Peter?
No. I've got one monitor that I tried to go on to a conference call with my son yesterday on using WhatsApp. And anyways, and it just, the second I tried to turn on that conference call, it started to, the monitor started to flash. And now every time I move my cursor to that monitor, it turns itself off. And then
that's not good.
Comes back on. So it's just, I don't like why.
It's possessed. Are we supposed to talk about spirits and spirits today and ghosts? I think that was one of the topics that you guys wanted to get into next. So I don't know. Maybe your monitor is giving us a hint. But that sucks, man. Hopefully you're able to fix it. So yeah, EFOI. I don't like it here, man. All over the place. Up 6.8, 1.8 million shares traded. It is a low flow at 3.7. So is Groupon, by the way. I just noticed that. Groupon is a low flow at 25 million. I didn't think it was so small. But you got to be careful with that. Yeah, 25 million shares flow for Groupon. So just be aware of that. I did put it on my secondary list. I might change my mind now because of that float there. So we'll see. We'll look at it in a second here. And then this one, EFOI, I'm just not a fan, Peter. Anything you like on it?
I'm not sure that I like it, but they did have some news yesterday morning. I guess it was probably what led. I remember we talked about it, and I didn't see the news until after we sort of finished the show. But they were apparently they're joining with a couple of other companies in Japan to enter into the energy storage market. Okay, so they are going to hold a 35% stake in an energy storage power plant located in Asakura, Fukuoka, Japan. So again, remember, this is the company that makes light bulbs and furniture and stuff, and they're apparently getting into energy. I mean, again, it could be a division of their company that they've already got, but it looks like that this is a thing that they're doing, and the market seems to like it. At least they're gapping up. Now, they did gap up on Friday. I guess somebody knew the news in advance, and then yesterday, as you can see, they were up early, but they dropped a little bit over the course of the day, and then today they are gapping up once again. So just based on what I'm seeing on the chart from yesterday, Carlos, I don't think this is going to be enough of a good trader for us to really pay attention to it.
Yeah, even yesterday didn't get a whole lot of volume. I think the first day was where all the action was. Here's yesterday's intraday, and it just looks messy. Like, I don't like anything about that. So going to leave that one alone, friends. All right, let's continue here. Semiconductor Navitas, NVTS. One of our semiconductors today. Here it is. We are up 8.8 this morning, 2.1 million shares traded. This also made our gappers list yesterday, if you guys remember. And man, it seems to be on a tear here. So look at the daily. The last couple of days, obvious increase in volume, very obvious increase in volume here. So that looks pretty nice. And look at how it traded the last couple of days. Also in the intraday has been really, really good. Here's the 16. That's awesome. Awesome trading day there. Yesterday, okay, nothing major. Here it is. Nothing major, but no, not bad. But I don't know. Maybe this thing is going to be in play again today. Peter, 2.1 million shares traded, up 8%. I think it's worth putting on the list. It's not a low flow, 189 million shares float. I kind of like what I'm seeing, man. I think it might get itself on the primary spot here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see any news. I'm not sure why this is particularly moving the last couple of days. Um, uh, yeah, if you guys know what's going on with it, let me know. My news sources are coming up blank. So, but for the time being, I'll just assume that it's just somebody knows something out there. I yeah, like I think we said yesterday, I just don't like a lot of the secondary um semiconductor companies. I just find they're tough to trade. If you're going to
Yep.
trade semis, you might as well trade the ones that you know they get volume and pretty decent, smooth price action. So
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, the AMD and NVIDIAs are always great, but I know something about this one today I like. It just looks good. Let's see. Maybe a secondary next to Groupon is the way to go here, because I agree with that. If you're going to trade any semis, you mentioning that there's some other ones that trade very well, like AMD. AMD, by the way, has been trading much better, getting a lot more action, a lot more volume, which is nice. This morning they're up 1.1, 688,000 shares traded. You can see here on the daily how well they've been doing. They're slamming into their all-time highs, right? I believe, yeah. So they're above their all-time highs here, and had a great sell-off yesterday, which many tickers did, as we mentioned earlier. So really nice drop there in after the market opened. So yeah, we'll watch some of these. We'll get to them. Maybe AMD. Let's see what NVIDIA looks like. Since we're talking about semis, let's take a look at what NVIDIA looks like here. It does look a little bit better than AMD. And of course, our good buddy MU. It's becoming a little bit choppy in the last couple of days, right? So we have been having a great stretch on MU. The last couple of days, it hasn't been all that great. I'm not going to dismiss it completely, but I think AMD and NVIDIA are trying to take their top spot back, and we're seeing some better trading. NVIDIA yesterday took off nicely. Like if you look at the intraday on NVIDIA, this was a nice, clean move. So I think NVIDIA is trying to get back into a good graces with us. So let's go ahead. We'll add NVIDIA. I'll add AMD. I'll decide which one we're going to keep here. But both of these really good, Peter. What's your thoughts on them?
AMD had a great move lower off the open yesterday. I sort of regretted having missed that. Intel also had a good, a strong move lower, but then it really didn't do much for the rest of the day. So, not as excited about Intel, but I agree with you. AMD and NVIDIA feel like the two to watch. Don't forget AMD playing in all-time high territory here. So it's had a good run over the last few days, as did NVIDIA. NVIDIA just didn't quite get as far, as high to hit those all-time highs. So yeah, those are the two I'm going to watch anyways. NVIDIA, AMD.
Yeah, we sure will. Yeah, I did see news on UNH, which we'll get to. That's coming up here as well. So yeah, if you're mentioning UNH, I did see some headlines there, and some other ones that are moving pretty good. But the biggest headlines, we can go to it now. Actually, is going to be Apple, Peter. A big change for Apple, which seems like it was a little bit unexpected as far as Tim Cook stepping down here. So kind of, I'm not sure. I'm sure it was planned. I'm sure Apple does things with a lot of planning. But to the media, this felt like a shock in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that means that they did manage it well, right? Because they have a successor identified. John Turnus, who comes out of their hardware division, is going to take over as CEO. So they had a plan. I mean, I think it was always going to be a shock, at the point at which it gets announced. So credit to them that it didn't leak actually, and that they were able to manage the notification, the public notification of this. So yeah, so they're making a very smooth transition. Sounds like it's all ordered and friendly and organized. So that's good. I mean, look at those guys, like laughing, talking, walking down a path there. Why not? They're both making like trillions of dollars. Why can't they be happy? In any event, it's oh, am I still here? Am I frozen?
No, I got you. You're not frozen.
Okay, it's my computer that's acting weird. Anyway, so it's good news. Good news, I think, for Apple in terms of the way this transition is being managed. And I think that I think like no matter what, when you have a change in a company this size, it's going to people are going to feel uncertain about what this means. Overall, I don't think the stock is going to react too much. I think those that have invested will see it as a good thing, right? It's going to be a continuation of the existing path, being that he comes from inside. And Tim Cook is going to continue as this executive chairman. It generally means that you don't expect many strategic or directional changes, right? They're going to, steady as she goes, keep on the path. So I think that's the expectation. I think that's pretty reasonable. So Apple probably won't react too much today, despite the big news.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big reaction either. Right now, they are pretty much flat, 373,000 shares traded. Again, this is business as usual for these guys. I don't think there's anything crazy going on here. All right, so let's continue, friends. Let's go back to our gappers list. Am I going to add Apple to my list? No, I don't think we're going to see anything that's going to make it worth our while, Peter, right? Are you adding this to your list? I mean, it's Apple. We always have it on the side eye, taking a look at it, but
yeah,
we're not going to add it on the primary. Right.
Exactly. Yeah, I always have it over there just to keep an eye on it, but I don't. Yeah, I'm not going to put it on my primary. It might get a little more volume. If it does, then I reserve the right to recall it. But at this point, I don't expect a lot of movement as a result.
Yeah, there we go. All right, let's take a look at what else is next here, friends. We do have Fermi. Wait, iLab is
Fermi is back.
Here. Yeah, Fermi's back, but I see A-Lab is actually moving higher here on the list. So now they're up 9%. Astera Labs. I saw something with this one and United Health. I saw all of them. I didn't read the entire headline, but they were all grouped into some kind of headline of some news. So we could look at this. We could look at United Health and see what's happening there, Peter, if anything is related. But I did see them both on their headlines. It could be just top movers. But United Health here, man, moving up 7.5, 1 million shares traded. I mean, what a jump. This stock normally does not move like this. The last couple of, meant to do this, remove some levels. The last couple of days, closing this gap down. They had this huge gap down going back to January, can't tell the day here, but huge gap down. And then from there, gapped up a little bit. And now back up to where they came from. That did not take long. It's a very quick recovery if you think about it. It took almost, a quarter, if that? What's the latest and greatest?
Yeah, earnings. That's why United Health is on the list today. They were one of the few that I was following here. They over-delivered. Revenue was 111.7 billion versus an expectation of, let's call it 110, just to round up slightly. And then their earnings per share, they over-delivered by 25 cents, delivering $1.86. So that's good news. No, sorry. They over-delivered by, sorry, I was reading the wrong one. That's GE. They were delivered by, what is this, 75 cents, delivering $7.23 on United Health. So in any event, good news for United Health. And they haven't had a lot of good news in the last few times we've talked about United Health. It's usually been something bad going on. So they did also raise their guidance for the next year. So, I don't think much has changed in terms of United Health still being the company that people love to hate. But, they make money. Whether you agree with how they make money and off the backs of Americans, they make a ton of money off of the back of your healthcare system. So it's, they're
big
doing
business.
It again.
The
market,
business, man.
The stock market loves it. I mean, the stock market doesn't mind making money off of the common folk. That's their whole business, right? I mean, let's face it, it's banks. Like, who's a bank to cry morality to any company, right? They'll make money off of anyone they can. So,
anyway, that is so
United
true.
Health moving up here this morning.
Yeah. All right. They're definitely in play, friends. They're hit or miss on how they trade. I think it's worth watching them today with this headline here. Maybe a secondary list. The only reason I'm doing that is because they do sit in the New York Stock Exchange. I'm not a great fan of the way they trade. We have traded them in the past. Don't get me wrong. When they had major headlines, when that CEO situation happened, if you guys remember that, they were definitely in play then. And again, we'll see. We'll see. On the secondary list for now. And let's see if they can get good volume for trading. But this is one of those stocks. There's a higher price compared to what we normally like, that 150, 200. But they can trade well. Like they're not going to trade like a SanDisk, right? When they get volume, they're actually pretty decent. So we'll have to see. All right, let's Fermi back on the list here today again. FRMI, we're up 8% this morning. Continue to move higher here. Just a few days ago, they were in the gap down. Today, recovering a little bit with 8%, 1.6 million shares traded. I'm not a big fan of this stock and the way it moves. I'm really not. I'm not a big fan of the price action either. As far as the lower than $10, it's not my thing. So I probably won't be watching today. We did watch it closely yesterday a little bit, but nothing came out of it. Nothing good that we could have traded. So won't be on the list today.
It was gapping down yesterday on the news that they were doing some changes in the executive suite. They were setting up this office of the interim CEO with two of their executives. This is, we got more details overnight that the current CEO and chief financial, so he's a finance guy that used to be in charge of the company and is being ousted, and they're bringing in, some of their existing staff, I guess, are going to take over, some of their senior executives. So again, I feel like that's just setting up for a fight in that CEO chair. But I like how they're branding it the Fermi 2.0 leadership overhaul. So, good luck, but it usually creates turmoil in the company. So I still, like you said, Carlos, didn't trade well yesterday, probably not going to trade well today. It sort of makes sense that it's bouncing, but doesn't mean it's going to give tradable opportunities.
Yeah. I agree here as well. Yeah, over on YouTube, friends, good morning. Yeah, BIN gets blocked. If you use BIM alone, I don't know why YouTube does that, but you're going to get blocked as far as the message is filtered out. So I don't know what BIM means. We got to look that up. But every time people say good morning, BIN, they get blocked. YouTube blocks it. I don't know why. So I'm not sure what BIM means at all. So we'll have to look at that. All right, let's see here. What do we have as far as our watch list over by tradingterminal.com? We looked at it United, we looked at Fermi, we looked at the top few on here, and I think that kind of covers a lot of the main tickers up top. Towards the bottom, you got Amazon with some news here. We got some other ones that are major as well that are moving up slightly. There's a ton in the green. Clearly, the SPY is moving higher. So as you can see here, the overall market is going to be feeling a little bit green. But I want to go to this one. Then we'll go to you, Peter, on what you like. Car. About apparently, this thing, man.
Apparently,
yeah, you found out what it means?
It's a Caribbean slang for a woman. It could mean sort of like a bimbo.
Oh.
Apparently.
Okay.
So.
Caribbean, like
that's what it says here. I mean, there's a whole bunch of meanings. I mean, it could mean building information modeling. If you want that, it also could be that slang. It could also mean bisexual male is apparently what it could also stand for.
Okay.
Like I feel like it's like any TLA, any three-letter acronym. Like it stands
for
mean
like something,
20 different things, right? Anyways, I just made that up. No, the internet made it up for me and told me that. So. Anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where it is. Our YouTube is international and it's blocking slangs from other countries, right? And I get it. Hey, listen, if we ever say something that offends another country, we might just not know. There's so many things out there, right? We might be saying,
we might not know.
Yeah, we might be saying all-time high, ATH, and that could mean can't say that word, but who knows, right? So. There you go. All right, we're back.
Assume if we insult you, it's out of ignorance.
Yes, absolutely. Here's car, friends. What a daily. I mean, it just continues to explode here. We're up 4.5 now, as high as 723, and it has no signs of stopping, man. Yesterday, another big day was that a couple of $200 there. Opened up around let's call it 490, all the way to 604. The madness,
crazy.
Peter.
Like this thing just keeps squeezing, and I gotta give credit. I don't know who said it, but I saw the comment yesterday. One of our viewers said it's going to 600 today, and they were 100% correct. So yeah, they called it. Like car is. I don't understand what's continuing to push this surge. I mean, I get that it was probably a short squeeze in the initial move, but yeah, this continuation, this is a very long held move higher. And again, the fundamentals don't support it. They're really, it just doesn't make sense. So, you know, keep in mind this is you know, they're working in a tough market. They're still losing money. You know, I like how, like, yesterday there was a an analyst that they gave them a downgrade yesterday. Barclays downgraded the stock, said you should reduce your size in it, but said that they increased their price target from $85 to 150. I'm like, what? I mean, I get that you gave it a downgrade, but 150, you're a little behind in the times here. So keep up.
Just a tad. Yeah.
Anyway.
Just a tad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like,
yeah.
you know, this type of move, I would assume that they would say, and you know, like really was just joking about here, Riley Joe. Anyways, yeah, they're becoming an AI company. This is the type of move you would expect if they announced that they were getting into AI or something, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
but they have not. I don't want to, like, don't let us, you know, fake news. They have not announced that. This is really just a ridiculous push higher on what we believe is just a short squeeze that's gotten out of control. So,
yeah.
in any event,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I gotta,
Alright,
I gotta see about tuning into. Apparently, Trump is speaking now. Let's see.
I'm surprised why Bloomberg is not hosting him live. That's interesting. So it's on CNBC. Oh, because it's their counterparts. It's a competition. I see. All right. So then they're not showing it here. Gotcha. All right. So Trump is live. Let's see what comes out of that, friends, and if the market's reacting anyway based on the comments he's putting out there. So we'll keep an eye on the SPY. Peter, if you could tune in and see anything happening there, let us know. All right, let's continue talking about the war. Yeah, I'm sure he's going to spend a lot of time talking about the Strait of Hormuz. And where are we now? I guess we'll get an update from him. Are we closed? Are we open? What's the situation? So we'll see what comes out of it. All right, friends, back to our gappers list. I mean, we got a bunch of stuff on here. Car is it's entertainment. I'm going to add this to our entertainment list. It's just incredible the way this thing is moving. I have Lucid here as well on deck this morning. So if I look at Lucid, Lucid is getting some action, guys, up 8%. 2.2 million shares traded. Look at the daily here. It's been all red until today, finally looking to stop the bleeding. So if you look at the daily, right, it's been all red, and now seeing some positives with a nice pop here this morning. Is Lucid back in play, Peter? What's the latest and greatest?
Well, yeah, because they've got they had some good news overnight where Uber, who had previously announced that they were taking a stake in Lucid and investing in some of their robo-taxis, has increased that. So whereas before they said they were going to order about 20,000 Lucid cars for robo-taxis, they've now upped that to 35,000. So it's almost twice what they said they were going to do before. And that's a big boon for a company the size of Lucid, right? It gives them some guaranteed order size, and it allows them to expand their manufacturing facilities. So I don't know. It feels like that would be a stretch. I guess I don't know over what period they're going to have to deliver those, but that means that they're going to have to, of course, increase their production to be able to meet that delivery target. So let's only hope that seeing more Lucid cars on the road. I actually like the Lucid cars. I don't know how well they perform, to be honest,
nice,
but they look good.
Yeah.
Whenever I see them, yeah, they look good. So
the few that I've seen here, which I've seen
good
quite a few actually, out of all the ones that we talk about, Lucid and is one that pops up quite a bit, and also the Jeep that looks like the Amazon Jeep. What is that? With the circle eyes. That's all over the place here.
That's the
what's the name of that?
Oh, come on, man.
Geez, we talk about this every day here. Not every day.
I know. Rivian.
Rivian. There you go. Rivian.
Yes.
Rivian. The Rivian pickup truck is everywhere. Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, so it's good news for Lucid, so that's why they're popping up. Uber, by the way, also increased their stake. They now own 11.5% of the company. So yeah, it's I think I don't know. Lucid, I used to love watching and trading these, but the EVs, other than Tesla, of course, which is its own little thing, is haven't really moved all that well. So maybe today's the day. Maybe I'll watch it just to see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see. All right, friends. I'm gonna watch it too, man. I think I like this intro reaction, the way this is moving. So yeah, we'll watch that as well. I'm gonna put that on my I don't know if primary list. Yeah, I'm not sure about primary list, but you know what? We got space. I'll add it to the primary list. Why not? We can always adjust it later. We got space for now. All right, let's see. All right, what else? That covers the gap up, man. There's a lot of stuff on here. We do have Amazon with some huge news here. They're investing more. I think they're doubling down on their investment here as well. Peter?
Yeah, this is this is the continued self-licking ice cream cone that is AI. So Amazon has increased their investment by another 25 billion in Anthropic. Now, Anthropic is not publicly traded, so we can't take advantage of that. But and in return, Anthropic has committed to so Amazon's going to invest another 25 billion in Anthropic as part of their AI infrastructure deal. In return, Anthropic is committed to buy $100 billion worth of Amazon Web Services. So, again, it's sort of like, I'm going to give you money so you can buy my stuff. I'm really nervous about this only because I lived through Nortel. I was a Nortel employee. I went through this. And this is the type of model that Nortel basically went bankrupt off of, right? Where they started. Now, it's a little different in this case, but what Nortel was doing at the time was essentially they were loaning their customers money to buy their product. Now, where they got into trouble is they were double counting that, right? They would count the loan as a debt to be repaid, and then they would book the sale right away. So it showed that a double benefit when really it was not. So, but anyways, I get nervous because we keep hearing these stories where one company's investing money in another company, and then they in turn are promising to buy their product, and as we go around this circle. Well, anyways, I won't use that term because anyways, you know what I'm probably getting at, some of you. But anyways, it just feels like we've got, it just feels a little ridiculous. So look, I hope it all works out. Let's go AI. Let's hope the robot, I love you, robot overlords. Please kill me last. But I just don't, I just not sure how sustainable all of this is.
Yeah. Looks like Trump went right into taking questions. I didn't hear much of a speech from him, and he's basically doing questions now.
He threatened Iran, so a lot of the same. He basically said if they don't agree to the terms, they will experience attacks like has never been seen before. So his usual language. We've heard that several times. But yes, he's gone right into questions here. So
didn't talk much.
He says they're ahead of schedule in their war efforts, which... Anyways, that's what he says, and so I'm not sure why he's taken to a live press conference to talk about this, because it feels like a lot of the same messaging that he's had in the past. But I bet it's probably looking to try and pressure the negotiations that are supposed to be happening in Pakistan right now, right? Because the Vice President JD is over there supposed to be negotiating. Now, Iran said they weren't going to go to the table. This is probably Trump working to try and get them to have a conversation. We'll see what impact it has, and see what happens. I mean, I can't imagine this will actually influence Iran. However, I guess it's worth the effort. If it can make a difference, then go for it. The market, interestingly, Carlos. What's interesting is usually when you have a live presidential address, especially talking about war, you're going to see a pretty significant reaction from the market. I mean, the market is moving down in the last 2 or 3 minutes, but so far, it's again, I feel like the market has sort of become a little blasé about all this war talk until we hear or see well, I guess we got to see probably more something new. So we'll see what happens. I mean, look, his comments can still make the market move, but for the short term, it looks like the market is saying, okay, right, like tell me something new, or I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. So well, we'll see how that ends up. Again, he went straight to questions, which is interesting, and usually has a lot to say before going into questions. So we'll see how this develops here. So market right now slightly lower, but not by much. Not a big reaction as you mentioned, Peter. All right, let's continue here. So on the gap up, we do have. We were talking about Amazon, and again, were they add this to the list or not? I'm not sure. We are up 2.3 on it, 933,000 shares traded. Not sure. Not sure. They got big news. Clearly, that their investments, the market is liking it right now, so they're up and not down. Usually, when you start investing that much money, you go the other way. But Amazon seems to be liking, or at least their investors liking what they're doing here. So maybe we add it to the secondary. I don't know.
Investors like this AI investment. I gotta say, every time somebody announces more AI investment, they're like, yeah, spend more money on AI. Brilliant. I don't know. I don't think Amazon. It's not a big enough. For most companies, a $25 billion investment would be enough to make the company move. But Amazon, like the Magnificent Seven, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, 25 billion. It's not big enough to move this company. So Carlos, I think it's just going to be business as usual for Amazon today. It's not going on my list.
Yeah. I have it on here, but I'll replace it with something quickly if I see like a Tesla, which, by the way, treated us unfairly yesterday. But Tesla will probably add this to the list here. We are up slightly, 1 million shares traded on it. The daily looks very active compared to the last couple of days or before that, really. So, yeah, I might add Tesla as well. All right, let's go back to the list. I think that kind of covers our gap up, Peter, unless you have anything else you want to add or discuss here.
I find it interesting that Lunar is on the list. It seems to be that there's I don't know why Lunar is on the list. It looks like what the heck? Why is there there's like Spotify music about moon landings? So interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it's catching the attention of Hollywood and some artists who decide they want to sing about space exploration. I love it. Anyways, other than that, I don't see why Lunar is gapping up here this morning, but there it is. We do have some earnings that I should mention. Well, we talked about United Health already, and that's probably the biggest of the earnings that we have today. The only other earning that I was going to mention is actually gapping down GE Aerospace specifically, but the ticker is GE. For those that maybe weren't following GE closely, they split the company into a couple of publicly traded organizations. GE Healthcare split from GE Aerospace a number of years ago, and we normally only talk GE Aerospace, really. The other ticker is GEHC, and you just have to take a quick look at it to understand why we don't talk about it, because it's just a funny little stock that just doesn't it trades almost no volume. It's gapping every day and then doesn't do anything, so it's sort of weird. But anyways, GE Aerospace had their earnings and beat their numbers, so they had a good quarter, which you would expect, right, with all the stuff happening with space right now. And of course, GE Aerospace also includes a number of war machines that they produce, so they over delivered quite heavily, an extra $2 billion almost in revenue, and the 25 cents a share in earnings that I'd sort of mentioned earlier by mistake. So Carlos, as much as it's probably one of the bigger earnings today, I can't see trading it. It's still under 1 million shares. It does trade on the New York Stock Exchange. Not one I'm going to look at. If you guys are interested in earnings, there's a few other companies out there. Halliburton, HAL, had earnings. 3M, which their ticker logically is MMM. RTX, which is another play in that same space. RTX Corporation had earnings. So there's a bunch of them out there. Northrop Grumman had earnings this morning. NOC is the ticker on that one. But none of these, none of those are tradable. So I think tomorrow night, right, is when we're really, Carlos, looking at for earnings, like the bigger earnings that we're going to be focusing on. It's got the most interesting of the week. And if you go to tradingterminal.com, by the way, you can pull up that earnings calendar and see it. But the earnings calendar is, shows us here. Where's my earnings calendar? Oh, this has changed. What the heck is going on? Whoa. Anyways, Tesla is Tesla, IBM, and Texas Instruments are the big three earnings that we've got. Yeah, after the close to and ServiceNow, by the way, is the other one on tomorrow. So I think that's going to be the big one. Carlos, you might be interested. United Airlines, they have earnings tonight, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. We'll see what they do and if they move the airline industry. I'm expecting. I don't know. I think they're actually going to have a good quarter because the fuel prices wouldn't have hit largely in this reporting quarter. They may issue a warning, which despite having good earnings, may actually pull the stock down. We'll find out tomorrow morning after we get the earnings tonight. So that's what we got on the earnings calendar. Yeah, and by the way, Thursday there is Intel. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
It's one of the first. It's the first of the big semiconductors to report. So while Intel's earnings directly who knows, may or may not be interesting. It's a good indicator of what we might expect from some of the other semis. So for that reason, it'll be closely watched.
Yeah, especially now since they seem to be more active than ever before. I mean, if you look at if you look at their daily, they're saying, hey, we're not staying behind here. We want a piece of this pie. So
they're catching up. Remember, they were one of the few that were not near their all-time high levels, and they're coming back. Now again, they're not at all-time high. Intel's one of the funny ones that you've got to go back like a really long way because they've had a much longer history than most of these semis. And while they're at the highs that they got, pandemic era 2019, 2020, they're pretty much right at those levels. What they're not back to is the level that they were at in 1999. So those highs are well above the current price, up at around $75 here. I got 75. What is the high at that time? 75.60. So there's an area to watch in there, but we'll see what happens. It's good to see it moving one way or the other because we'll take more action here in this sector.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, friends. So with that, let's see what's capping down. I got my NVIDIA, I got AMD, I have Lucid and Amazon. Let's see what's capping down the list today. Again, these are probably not going to be great, but let's start with AXTI, which is on here this morning, and we are gapping down 9.3 on it, 2.9 million shares traded, and on the daily, you can see they've been moving okay here in the last couple of days. Nothing fancy on it. Whether I'm going to have it on the list, I'm not sure. It is a low flow stock sitting at 36 million shares flow. So usually I don't like to watch low flows, but this one has been moving better than any regular low flows that you usually see, right? Yesterday was a pretty choppy day, but they had a couple of days where they have broken out and traded better than most. But I'm not sure what I'm doing with this one, if I'm going to add it on my list or not.
Yeah, I mean the news isn't great, Carlos. They announced they previously announced that they were going to do a stock offering, a secondary offering. They just gave us some more details that it's going to be 550 million in common stock is what they're going to issue. They're going to use the money very specifically to expand their indium phosphide capacity in with one of their subsidiaries or affiliates. I'm not sure if it's a subsidiary or affiliate, Beijing Tongmei. So whatever, they need rare earth metals, and they're going to be doing a stock offering to raise money in order to get access. So
all right, there you go. If you like that one, guys, put it on your list. I won't be having it on mine for this morning. Let's look at TSCO. So TSCO, we are down 5.4 this morning, 225,000 shares traded. Looks a little bit messy. Large flow, massive flow, 524 million. So massive flow, but I don't think it's really tradable. Very light volume. Tractor Supply is the name of the company.
Tractor Supply Company, indeed. I didn't even mention it. I didn't actually expect it to be on the list here. I should have looked at that. They had earnings. They were one of the earnings plays, and they missed. They missed on revenue by a little bit, 3.59 billion versus 3.64, and they under-delivered by 3 cents on their earnings per share, only delivering 31 cents per share. So I think that Tractor Supply, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're great tractors. Tractor Supply Company. But I don't think it's tradable. I mean, the volume here this morning only 225,000. It just barely made our list. I'm not. This is what are they? Is this? Do they actually make tractors? or are they like they're like they look
Oh
like
no.
a Canadian Tire. They just sell like garden supplies, and I guess they do make lawn tractors. I'm not even sure what they do.
Hmm.
Anyways, so no tractors. It's a garden store. Okay, well there you go. So we don't have any of those here, so I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah.
So there, it's a hardware
Um,
store for farmers. Okay, so I guess that makes sense with the name.
yeah.
You can buy parts and chickens. Cool. I've never been in a store where you could actually buy chickens. Maybe I should visit one someday. I don't know where to find one. In any event, all right. So there you go. Tractor Supply Company. They're not on my list. Not that interesting. I see that there's a question earlier about analyzing the drop on AXTI. What is AXTI? Let's see. I don't think there's anything terribly unusual here in AXTI. I mean, it had a good run higher. It's moving lower with the news of their equity raise. I think it's just going to be a pretty boring day. I'm not seeing a lot of tradable opportunity. Good volume though. 3 million shares this morning.
Yeah, it's not
I
bad.
don't know. It's not bad. It's not bad, but I don't know. My gut feel would be that this would just move sideways. I also don't like the price. It's way too low. It's only a $7 stock. So usually anything under $10, you don't get that institutional trading that can sort of make things move nicely in a way that I like to trade. So as soon as I see something under $10, I get, or under 20 almost nowadays. It used to be $10 was sort of the mark in the sand. Now I feel like anything under $20 you got to be suspicious of, because it just doesn't, you don't get that institutional volume, like I said, that creates the patterns I like to trade.
Yeah, yeah. CRML making its way on this list here in the last couple of minutes. Got a big drop and recovering now. But here's at the moment 1.8 million shares traded. This is critical metals.
I'm looking at the right stock. Wait. Oh no, I am looking at the wrong stock.
We're looking at AXTI.
Never mind.
Where you at first,
I
right?
wasn't. I wasn't because I was still on Lucid somehow. It's not because Lucid is a $7 stock. AXTI is a $70 stock. It's 10 times that. Somehow I moved off of it.
I missed the price, but you got the shares traded right, because it is trading a bunch of shares. AXTI is at 3 million, so all right.
Well, Lucid happens to be exactly at 3 million as well. So
yeah, so I was like, oh yeah, he's looking at the right one.
All right,
there you go.
No, I was not. All right, we're back on track.
All right, excellent. All right, taking a look at CRML, guys. This one's getting some volume. CRML. If I could type correctly, here we are. CRML did get a nice drop. I'm not sure what's causing this, Peter, if any news is broken out. Or has Trump said anything? I don't think he said anything about metals at 8:30. He's just been taking questions. So, drop here. I don't know if what's happening. Any news on it or?
The Trump is just all about the war. So he's doing Q&A. It's interesting, actually. I haven't seen a presidential scrum like this in a long time. We're literally like, usually they have like fixed people picked out for questions. Here it's like every time, he finishes answering a question, you can hear the press corps, everybody clamoring to get attention, right? And he's like, yeah, guy in the back, like he's picking whomever he wants. So it's that's fun. They used to do that all the time. So anyways, it's all about the war. This is what they're talking about here. So nothing about critical metals at this pay. CRML is dropping this morning a little bit because they did take advantage of their movement over the last little while to announce a secondary offering. They're going to issue another $60 million of in private placement money that they're looking to get. $10 a share is what they're looking to get for that. So another 6 million shares. And this is going to directly fund one of their projects, the Tan Breeze project, apparently. So there you go. CMRL, no, probably not. Not something I'm going to watch for me.
Yeah, it's got some movement here, guys. If you like it, put it on your list for sure. All right, and that kind of covers the gap down. The gap down changed a lot in the last couple of minutes. You can see here we had more tickers on there. Some are disappearing because they're actually bouncing back and not below 2%. GE is on here, which is a very difficult stock to trade. As you mentioned, earnings on this one, Peter, if I believe, is what you said earlier on GE.
Yes,
Yep.
correct.
So
Yes,
uh,
earnings.
again, such a hard stock to trade. So won't have it on my list, but they're making their way here to the gap down this morning. All right,
Right.
friends, that kind of covers anything. Peter, anything you like that's gapping down that might not be on this list you want to cover?
Yeah, there's not a lot gapping down that I'm looking at. I mean, we already talked about Apple and the news of the change of their executive. I mean, it's the only of the Magnificent Seven stocks that is gapping down this morning, but I don't take that too seriously. I mean, it can go either way. It's more or less at break even. Other than that, Carlos, I mean, I noticed the Chinese stocks are gapping down today. We haven't actually talked about that sector at all in weeks, if not months. So,
Yeah.
but Baba, Baidu, Billy, PDD, they're all gapping down this morning. I haven't heard any economic data out of China in it's been a long time. So, remember when China used to like happily release all of their economic growth data? It's been really quiet. So and usually when it's quiet, that means that their economy is not going as well as they'd like, and therefore they just don't release data. So that's I guess you can do that. When you're China, you tell people when it's good, and you just say nothing when it's not. What was interesting this morning, or at least last night, our time some news came out that China was finding a number of e-commerce platforms for violations in food delivery. So what does that mean? Apparently, they were delivering food in unsafe conditions, and
Oh,
but they also were, the online services were using unlicensed vendors to deliver food, so creating risk conditions, I guess, for the public. So anyways, that's so I guess if you ordered food from some of these e-commerce platforms, you might get something from a street vendor when you think you're getting it from a registered certified restaurant. And it's interesting that they not only took on, well, they took on a few different companies, including PDD and some others. We'll see. We'll see what that happens. So Alibaba, JD, and PDD are all implicated in this, so it explains why they're all dropping. I assume that maybe some of the others are as well. So,
all right there.
yeah,
There you have it.
that's it. I got nothing else on the gap down. Again, it feels, despite the talk of war, despite the presidential, live address that's happening, this market is, sort of saying, yeah, thank you, but we'll keep going. we're still we're still happy
Yep.
to keep our gains, and we'll see you on the top side. I mean, we are mere pennies away from, well, no, I guess we're just a couple of bucks away here from all-time highs, but we started the morning at all-time highs.
Yeah.
So, this
Yeah.
market, it's hard to keep a good market down.
Oh
Market
yeah,
is
this
just like,
market is
yeah, we'll just keep
unbelievable.
going.
Yep.
That's
All right,
crazy.
friends. My list right now, as you can see here, is just going to be made up of NVIDIA, AMD, Lucid, and Amazon. And again, nothing really blockbuster. Let's take a look at Tesla. Let's take a look at some of our usual suspects, and we'll see what you guys like this morning as well. Tesla right now, 1.2 million shares traded, slightly up this morning. On the daily, you can see here a little bit of a pop from yesterday's close. Other than that, I think it's a good one to have on deck as well. But first, let's go to you guys. See what you guys like this morning. Let's take a look here. Mo is asking UNH on the secondary. Yeah, UNH is in play. Only reason it's on a secondary list for me is because I don't like the way it trades. So, it's a hit or miss with this one. It's a top secondary. It's like it's a right up there, and I probably could switch it with Lucid. Lucid is another one that's kind of borderline. I do like the pre-market action that Lucid has this morning. I think for the way I trade, Lucid might give me actually a better opportunity than UNH can. So you can flip those back and forth depending on what you like. But UNH is clearly in play. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but it's just not a primary go-to for me. I think it could be very tough to trade. They also sit in the New York Stock Exchange, so the trading style is a little bit different. Higher price stocks, just a lot of stuff that I personally don't like for the way I trade. So I'm going to keep that one on the secondary list for now. I don't think it needs to be off the list, but secondary for sure. Someone mentioned BYND this morning, up 20%. Going from like 60 cents just 2 days ago and doing something here. They're trying to stay alive. So not sure if any news this morning, or maybe a short squeeze beyond the meat.
Beyond the meat.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Beyond Meat. They did announce early this morning that that they have a distribution deal for their Beyond Immerse beverages. So they've decided that maybe meat, they got to go beyond meat, and they're going into beverages. Why not? Beverages are lots of money. So let's get into that market. So I don't quite understand how that relates to their core business philosophy and product line. Do you want a fake meat drink, Carlos? That sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Hell no. Oh, no, 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 no.
No.
If that is what they're thinking, I mean, whatever they're smoking, we need a piece of it, because that's some strong stuff. If that's the plan they're going with here, my goodness, it was 420 yesterday, and what did Tesla get high? Well, I don't know what happened.
It's I mean, there's a lot of, everybody likes their high protein energy drinks, or their protein shakes. So that's what the market they're getting into. They've got plant-based protein shakes, but again, I don't know. I mean, it's tough for me. The fake meat was bad enough. Now you're gonna put it in a blender for me. Anyway,
they want to shove it down your throat no matter what, man. Whether it's on a burger or in a drink.
Yeah. Anyways, you know what? I mean, let's face it. I've got a protein shake right here. I'm drinking one right now, and I'll admit it's plant-based. It's largely mushroom based here. So, why not? I mean, it is. Yeah. I've got my my plant-based protein, so there's no reason why they can't do it. I just, I think unfortunately, when you think Beyond Meat, if you've seen them in the grocery store, I think the problem is they did not do a good job of figuring out the packaging. Like, if you look at their packaged sausages, they could be the best things in the world, but you look at them and your stomach flips over. At least mine does, and I'm like, I don't know. So
yeah. So, I never noticed it, but yeah, they had it. Yeah. They almost had it. They got into a lot of great names. I mean, they were close.
I thought
very close.
I thought
they got into McDonald's.
They were making a difference.
They got into Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. I mean, these are some big fast food names, and they just couldn't nail it down.
I think what happened, they did a good job at the marketing. They got people's attention. They got a lot of people to try it. And then, unfortunately, they got hit with the news that, well, it's not as healthy as you think it is, right? So I think they didn't manage that side of the marketing. They weren't able to get ahead of that, and that sort of took them down. As quick as they sort of popped up, everybody's like, look, if I'm going to eat something unhealthy, I might as well just have a burger, right?
Yeah.
So why have a fake burger? The whole point of having the fake burger was because it was supposed to be better for me. And then when people actually looked at the additives and what else was in it, they're like, it's not really that much healthier for me. So, I mean, it's unhealthy in different ways. How about that?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So anyways, Beyond Meat. There you go, Carlos. I want you to have your Beyond Meat shake. I think we have to go find one, and we maybe need to try it together live here.
There's a lot of things I will follow you in, Peter. This is not one of them.
No.
There's a lot of things whatever you ask me to, I'm in, man. I'm in. But this, I'm gonna have to pass, man. No? I'm passing on this one. Man. Oh boy. No. But I gotta tell you though, that sales team, whoever owns the sales team at BYD, that's a great sales team, because they got people to buy in. They got people to buy into this crap, and it didn't work. But that's a good sales team. Like, you want to make sure you keep that team on whatever you build next. They should get into AI. I think if they get into AI, they'll be back into the glory here. All right, what else, friends? So BYD, I don't see anything great on here. It is in play. 83 million shares traded. Wow. I mean, it's $1 stock, but still, that's a lot. Hard to borrow, of course, so you can't short this thing. It's just not my cup of tea. In play for sure, guys. If you like it, watch it, but it won't be on my list, that's for sure. All right. Norm will be livid listening to Peter right now. Yeah, I'm so surprised Norm is listening and rolling his eyes right now at Norm about to have a BYD drink. It would not shock me. All right, let's continue, friends. What else? Nike.
You know what, Carlos?
Yeah.
I might convince you to try this yet, because this Beyond Immerse, I'm looking it up here. It's not. It's a high protein drink, but it's sparkling
Okay.
water. Somehow
Oh,
they've done
okay.
this. Somehow they've done this in sparkling water. I've never heard of a high protein sparkling water.
I like
But
sparkling water. I
see,
like protein
let's
drinks.
see
So yeah,
that.
if that
I
that
think
is yeah,
see because I know what was in your head, right? You're picturing some thick
meat grinder.
sludge of disgustingness. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, like
yeah,
some plant ground up thing.
yeah. And
Anyways, but a
then
sparkling water, you can sort of say, all right, like
I could
it's
get with
light and
that.
sparkly. So
I could
I've
get with
never
that.
heard of a high
Yeah,
protein version. But anyways,
but they got to change the
I don't
name
know
though.
where
They
I can
can't keep
buy
that
it,
name.
but
Are they keeping that name
well,
BYND on the drink? Because
well,
that's not gonna
what
work.
they've called it, it's Beyond Immerse. So they just have the
Okay,
Beyond on there. They
got
don't
it.
have the
Yep,
meat. It's just Beyond Immerse is what the
yep.
let's so there you go. So anyways,
Melanie,
we'll
you
see.
did get
Anyways,
censored right away. I had to actually uncensor your comments. So yeah, I did catch that.
oh yeah.
Yeah, Melanie wrote, so no censor on thick meat. Interesting, but her comment was censored. I had to show it. I had to approve it. No, that's gonna get blocked
Okay.
for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, friends.
All right.
Um,
Anyways.
let's continue. I mean, we got a great
Okay.
list today. Not a blockbuster one. I'm not like, oh yeah, let's go. But it's a decent list. We got NVIDIA, AMD, Lucid, Amazon. I meant to add Tesla, which I will do now. I'm looking at Nike. I don't see any volume on the moment on Nike. I know they're trying to bounce back here on their daily. They had a couple of really nice pops recently, but I'm not seeing anything overly exciting. I know they're trying to close this gap down that they had here. So they got this gap here that they're trying to get into and maybe close, but I'm not sure how that's going to end up working there. All right, and I am going to add Tesla. Let me do that before I forget. We'll add Tesla to the list here. And as I mentioned, I'm on the fence about United Health and Lucid. We'll see those two on how they go here. MU, you know what? MU hasn't really the last couple of days. They've been okay. I gotta admit, NVIDIA and AMD are trading much better. It looks like NVIDIA and AMD want to get back to their normal trading action. So if you look at NVIDIA and MU, and you compare it, NVIDIA and AMD, excuse me, NVIDIA and AMD have been much better. NVIDIA yesterday, beautiful day. Look at that pop there. And AMD also trading much better. Nice drop here, nice sell off. Didn't recover as well as NVIDIA, but I think these are back. So I'm not going to completely disregard MU. I will look at it, but I think I'm going back to the usual suspects of NVIDIA and AMD here. So that's what I'm sticking with for now. So
I agree.
Yeah.
I
We'll
agree.
go with that.
No, I
Yep.
all right. So yeah. Anyways, I'm just debating how I got to go replace this monitor. I think it's the monitor, I hope, and not my graphics card, but I don't know.
Check the cables first, man. I went through this whole thing with with Apple. Apple, I gotta tell you, these guys, you gotta think outside the box. So I have an Apple monitor here, which is a pretty nice monitor. I love the way it works with the Mac. I take it to them because it's not showing the screen. And the first thing he does is he connects, his, you got your cable? I'm like, yeah, I got my cable. He connects his laptop to the monitor. And he's like, yeah, it's not working. Let's take it inside for service. I come back the next day. They fixed it. I tried again. Hey, it's not working. It's still not showing. He's like, no, we fixed it. He's like, all right, let me try a different cable. It was the cable. So he did all this thing. They spent all this time when he first had to check was the cable. I'm like, dude, which was expensive. That cable was $100 for HDMI cable on Apple. These guys are just unbelievable. The amount they charge. But yeah, hopefully it's just the cable, man, and not the monitor itself. That will save you a lot. All right, friends, let's get to it. 9% of the time it's the cable. Yeah, Domina, I agree. Let's go over to bearwoodtraders.com, friends. When you can.
I've been through a lot more monitors than I have cables. So
so
you gotta,
Peter's been throwing out good monitors, guys. So we got to stand by Peter's garbage. So he throws out the monitors.
I buy cheap monitors because I figure they're replaceable. Yeah. And let's face it, I mean, I'm running them 10 to 12 hours a day. 5-6 days a week. And it's just when one fails, I just take it out and put a new one in. I've got a brand new one sitting in the box in the basement. As soon as we get a sec, I'm gonna go grab it, and we're gonna hook it up here. So see if that fixes it. But
awesome. All right, friends, over to bearwoodtraders.com. If you click on webinars at the top, which I'm trying to get to here, what am I doing wrong? Oh, There we go. So yeah, over on webinars at the top, and you can see what's happening for today. Today is Tuesday? Tuesday. It is Tuesday, friends. And you can go down to Tuesday and see what's taking place.
Yeah, so we have a couple of strategic webinars happening tonight, and it should be a lot of fun. We've got, let's, at Bearable Traders, if you want to be a member, by the way, go to bearabletraders.com and you can get the information. But for tonight, for our members, we've got the DAS Trader Pro setup that's happening at 11 a.m. That's for all members. You can join that in the, I assume that's in the onboarding room. So everybody can join, and that'll be again at 11 a.m. this morning during market hours. And then tonight we've got an interesting webinar delivered by Mike. It's called the Big Kahuna Short Strategy. I love it. The Big Kahuna resonates with me. I won a Big Kahuna award once, but that's a story for another day. And there you go. And so, but he's going to talk about the Big Kahuna Short Strategy, identifying high probability short setups. And I like that because I like to take things short. So that'll be at 8 o'clock tonight. Hopefully you'll join to be able to watch that with Mike if you are an elite member. So once again, to become a member, all you have to do is go to bearbulltraders.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the page. You can see the membership options from the intro through to the elite options. And if you want to watch Mike's webinar, you got to be an elite member. So pick one of those, and then we can see you there tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. Carlos, we need to set some levels. We've only got about 17 minutes here before this market open. Trump, by the way, still answering questions out there. So I assume he's going to finish before the market opens, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's still going at it here, friends, and we'll see how it does. I don't think it has anything to affect the markets much anyway. So the market's pretty quiet.
The market so far has been ignoring. And moving as normal despite his comments.
Yep. So. All right, excellent, friends. Let's set some levels. I have NVIDIA, AMD, Lucid, Amazon, and Tesla. Let's dive into those and get ready for the market open. Here's NVIDIA. We'll start with that one. NVIDIA this morning. There we go. So NVIDIA right now. Let's make sure I got everything settled. There it is. So NVIDIA to the top side high of the pre-market at the moment, we're looking at 202.97. So we're going to mark a level there. And then the bottom, the low of the pre-market, pretty much towards very close to the highs from 2 days ago. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. The highs from 2 days ago are set right on there. So I don't think you have to worry about that. And we're not at all-time highs yet. All-time highs are sitting up here over at 211, not a little bit higher, around 212.20, and then to the bottom here 205.87. So that's what we have for NVIDIA, friends. But I think you're pretty much set highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, doing an amazing job there for you. Next is going to be AMD. So AMD also has been trading pretty nice alongside NVIDIA. So I'm going to switch MU for these two today, and hopefully that is a good decision. 279.84 is the high of the pre-market. The low is hanging out at 275.55. Once you do that, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. You got the high from yesterday, which is, I believe, your all-time highs. Yes, a new all-time high for AMD after what a beautiful stretch here, guys, on the last all of April. All of April, really. Yeah, all of April. Really, the beautiful run here. So AMD's trading very nice. We'll have it on our list this morning. And that's pretty much it as far as levels goes. I don't think you need to add anything else. You got a lot of support and resistance here in this area. So we'll see if AMD is going to hold this, or we're going to have some kind of sell-off going into this market open. I have Lucid on here, and I might end up doing levels for UNH too, because I'm on the fence on which one I'm going to keep here. I like Lucid's pre-market activity. I think it looks awesome, but I do like the news on UNH. I think that can trade very well as well. So 736 is the high of the pre-market on Lucid. The low is going to be 685. We do have the previous day closed down there as well. The last couple of days has been all red for Lucid. Here, finally getting a little bit of a bounce in this pre-market action. So towards the top, we don't have many levels here. We're going to mark down 768. Once we do that, I think you're pretty much set. Towards the bottom, we haven't been down here in quite some time, actually. Wow, it's been... Is this all-time low? Oh, this is all-time low. Hold on, let's go to monthly. This is below their IPO? It is. Oh, that's rough. These guys are having a rough time. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Double check on your end. But I'm going back 2020. Looks like they were a SPAC or something. Got going 2021, and we really have not been down here since this week. Looks like so. It's been just doing all-time lows ever since it's been dropping here. So yeah, all-time low, which makes it very interesting. Look at the drop here into the all-time low here, previous day close, right on there. There's nothing below that. This could be very interesting. You know, I'm going to keep Lucid. I made up my mind. We'll keep Lucid. I think it could be interesting heading into this market open. Here's Amazon, friends. Good news for them. Again, they're investing tons of money into Anthropic. And again, the investors and Wall Street is loving that this morning. 253.60 is the low of the pre-market. The high is around 256.10, very close to highs from 2 days ago. This would have been Friday, so that's your high there. Towards the bottom, plenty of levels, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. If you head over to the left, October, let's see over here, October 258.53. We're going to mark that high there as well for Amazon. And is that our all-time highs? I believe it is. Everything's all-time highs. Let's see here. I'm just going to go back and check. I believe so. Yep. Amazon's all-time highs. All right. Beautiful. So there it is. Looking very nice. All-time highs at 258.53. So we're nearing that. We're not there yet, but we're not far. For about $4 and change away from that all-time highs on Amazon. All right, let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla this morning, again, what a short yesterday, man. Still thinking about it. Let's hope for a better day today. 396.62 is the high of the pre-market. The low hanging out at 393.21. So we'll slam one there. And then highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, doing a really good job here. I don't think you need to add much. I'm going to go to the left, see if we miss any major areas. We did miss this one here. 398.77. I think it's worth marking down towards the top. We do have another one right at 402.34. I think that is awesome there as well. All right. William, welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, my friend. Good to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining the team. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, friends. What do we have here? See, why message is getting blocked? What do we have? I think I heard Carlos say. No, I did not say that. No, I'm not sure what I was talking about, but I definitely did not say that. I think I heard Carlos say this hashtag has been all-time highs, lows again. No. I did not say that, but could have been close.
What is sound this? Like a thing you would say.
Yeah, another one being blocked here, man. All these 70-year-old. Oh, excuse me. What's going on, man? Well, what are you talking about? I got that one. We gotta hide. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Osam, but I know you're a good buddy, so we won't block you. But you can't call old people that. Okay. All right, can't do that. All right, here it is. Car has been crazy, Andrew. I agree. It has been wild. It is up this morning 6%. We just look at this daily. Looks fake. This daily looks like a daily that you created with ChatGPT and say, hey, show me a chart that just keeps going up and up and up and up. And it just came up with this.
It looks fake, doesn't it? It really does.
What?
It's crazy.
Oh, man. All right. So car is a popcorn stock for today. I am going to add it here. This is going to be fun to watch. We do have shares for sure. We should. How many, though? 3,000 shares for sure. So not a whole lot. I'm sure. Again, this is delayed, by the way. This doesn't update right away. It's a little bit delayed. So you might be in a situation where you hit the short button and you still might get filled, right? In some cases, my short inventory available and you hit the short button and you might not get filled. So it all depends how things are showing there. It's just delayed slightly, not 100% up to date all the time. All right, Peter, what is our team watching? Did you get that monitor? How did it work?
No, I haven't got it plugged in yet. I've got the monitor, okay. But it's not plugged in. Anyways, we'll get on that. Anyways, yes, our mods for this morning. What are they watching? We've got Eamon, who's going to be looking at Micron MU for a long and AMD for a short, which is interesting. Mike, who's been active here in the chat this morning, he's going to be watching Amazon, Apple, and going to be watching the scanners. Brendan's going to be watching AMD, MSTR, NVIDIA, Tesla, and HIMS. Andrew, trading live, is going to be watching car. Of course, he seems to be on his mind. He's going to be watching Amazon, PLTR, Tesla, AMD, and NVIDIA. I'm going to be watching, you know what? I feel like I have to watch car now, so I guess I'm gonna be watching car. I'm gonna be watching AMD and NVIDIA just because they've been moving well. Tesla because I'm always keeping an eye on Tesla, and I other than that, Carlos, I don't know. I mean, UNH I don't usually expect to move. Maybe Lucid just to see if it does anything. It's only a $7 stock, which I don't love, but we'll try and keep an eye on it. It might be hard for me to trade here if I don't get this monitor replaced because it's like it keeps flashing on me. I just can't move my cursor to it or I lose the whole monitor. So I don't understand what's going on. Anyways, well, that's what I got. That's what our mods are watching. That's what I'm watching. We're gonna see what's going on here this morning, guys. I think I don't know. I with the president talking again, unusual to open the market with a presidential address happening. So we'll have to just see if we can have an usual open. It may be very unusual. Again, I just don't know what to expect because usually the big money is not trading those open minutes while you've got a presidential address going on. So let's see. We'll find out. The questions are ongoing, by the way. It doesn't show any sign of abating. Trump, went, like you said, Carlos, or somebody said in the chat, he went very quickly into questions, and he seems to be enjoying the scrum here with the reporters. So it's nothing new really being said that I've heard so far, but again, it's tough to know how this market is going to react. So let's see where we go.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, 8 minutes to the market open here, friends. Actually, less, about 7.5 as we get ready, and
sure,
we're good to go.
I'll prostitute myself for what's happening. Oh, I see a comment in here that that I'm going to drink some whiskey if we hit 500 likes. Sure, why not? I'll take any excuse. Hit 500 likes.
Peter would take any excuse. Yes.
Sure. I mean, I'll have some whiskey. Why not? Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm good with that. I'm gonna sleep well tonight anyways. So why not? Why not have some whiskey? Because I just again had a late night last night, and actually I went to play squash, Carlos, and then I came back and watched the hockey game, and then I went to the gym and went to a spinning class this morning. So I've been very very busy.
It's good, man. It's good. Busy is good. Active is good. Body loves that. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. I am slamming it myself here now. 255 likes so far this morning with 999 people watching. So thank you guys. Really appreciate that. But yeah, slam that thumbs up. Oh, that just went up. And we appreciate it as we get ready for the market open. So yeah, let's see here. What else we got? Andre, good to see you. Andre, right? Andre, I think is how you say it. Good to see you in chat.
Oh, I see. That's what that
95% of shares belong to one company from what I read, so car is very risky. Yeah, no, there's some comments too that it's like two guys. So someone sent me a message here and like a link that there's two guys that are pumping this thing. So extremely risky on what they're doing. And the post was saying like this should be illegal if it's right. We can't verify that 100%. It's a post on X, but we've seen stuff like this before. We've seen people pump stuff up. I'm not sure if that's illegal. It sucks if you're a short investor and feel like this should be a short. Yeah, that sucks. You're stuck right now. But I don't know if that's illegal or not. Right? Prices can stay irrational before longer than you can stay. What's the word? Pricing can stay rational longer than you can stay. Forget the saying.
Solvent.
So yeah, there we go.
Market can stay irrational
Yes.
longer than you can stay solvent.
Yep, and we've seen that over and over and over again. Play with people that take big positions, whether short or long. We've seen it over and over again. It's a never-ending story from the beginning of time when it comes to the market. Never ending, right? I always tell people, you don't got to be a great trader. You really don't. You could be a mediocre type trader, but you have to be an incredible, absolute master at risk management, and you'll be okay. But you got to be just incredible at the risk management part, and you'll be all right. So there it is, guys. CAR doing awesome stuff here this morning. Pulling back a little bit, is down. Well, not down, but it's up 3% still, but it's down from the pre-market highs. Pre-market highs was pretty up there, 723. Since then, we dropped down $100 from the pre-market highs exactly right now, 723 to 623 just a moment ago. Why did NVIDIA keep going up yesterday? Who knows? But I know NVIDIA had a great recovery yesterday, hit the VWAP, and man, just took off. That was really nice, really clean there. Reason for it, I can't explain, Not sure if they had any good news that popped them up, but they decided they wanted to go northeast, and they did just that. AMD didn't. MU, I believe, didn't either, right? MU had a recovery from 12 to about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, then went sideways for the most part. So which is not bad. So I'll be keeping a close eye on MU either way. All right, it's not a bad trading action, but I think AMD and NVIDIA are back at it. I think these will be the ones I'll be looking at closely here. All right, let's see. What do we have, friends? You don't have a like button? There's no like button? When you're on certain devices, it's very weird to find the like button. I agree. If you're on mobile, it's a little more difficult. It's not as easy and clean as it is when you're on a computer. All right, let me get my list in here. So I'm just gonna, it's gonna be blank for a second, guys, as I put the list together.
Uh-oh. Oh no, what's happening? 5. Put this over here.
Lucid, Amazon, we have Tesla. Did we do levels for Tesla? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Okay, that looks good. Nice little drop there on Tesla. UNH. Groupon. Let's see what Groupon is up to today. See what that does. It is up still 17%. Some okay volume. Low flow for Groupon, guys. 25 million shares flow, so be careful. It is a lower flow stock. Is everybody just hitting the hearts button? We were just hitting the heart button just to hit it. That's funny.
Okay.
I like that.
So let's get live trading. There you go.
Love
We're
it.
back, baby. All right. With a minute to spare, Carlos, I managed to get my new monitor in place. Although it's not on the frame yet. Well, that's a little weird. It's a little weird, but
thank you, man. Yeah, I do have my Atlas up. So comment, remember to Dave. Thank you for that. Yeah, but I do have it up here. Let me bring it to one of the easier screens as we have 30 seconds, friends, to the market open. Get your affairs and orders. Let's rock and roll this morning. Let's get it. Peter sounds like he has his affairs and orders with his monitor working.
Yeah, and it was the monitor. As soon as I replaced the monitor, it looks like it's working fine. I've had this before where sometimes they just overheat. Again, you buy cheap monitors. They're all sub $200 monitors. I find what happens is something in the electronics just goes wonky, right? And they just stop working. So here we go. We're live.
There it is. Let's do it. I think I gotta stop buying cheap monitors, Peter. I think you got to get into the expensive stuff, man.
I've done the math on it. The problem is the difference between a cheap monitor and expensive monitors. It's like 3 or 4 times the cost, right?
Yeah.
And I can replace this one 3 or 4 times before I ever, amortize the cost of a good one. So
I don't think that's normal. I haven't replaced these monitors in years, man. We'll talk more about this later. We'll focus on the on the open here now, friends, with you guys over on YouTube. And we're also live on X. And if you want to see Andrew trading, he's over at bearwoodtraders.com. Head on over there. You can see Andrew trade for just $39 for a whole week. So see those boys go at it. All right, let's see. We got NVIDIA dropping, AMD popping up to the pre-market high, 272.84-ish. Just short of it. Let's see where we get going here. Lucid, Amazon dropping, Tesla. How about UNH? UNH, what's that doing? UNH is a nicey stock, so usually heavy volume doesn't come in right away, but it looks like they're getting something right away. Yeah, it looks like there it is. Now they're getting something. Now they're getting it. There's that volume in UNH. Minute 2 always seems to be the time they get.
The Tesla's dropping here.
Yeah.
Oh, President Trump. I love sometimes it's fun to listen to him because he just doesn't always think about what he says. Anyways. Anyways, it was inconsequential, but he just said he was talking about roadside bombs. He said, yeah, there's some people out there that have died by roadside bombs and are now walking around with no legs. Wait a second. If they're dead, they're not walking around at all. Anyways, that's funny.
All right, let's see here. NVIDIA.
All right. I am keeping an eye on NVIDIA. I'm watching Tesla. I was hoping for a pullback on Tesla. I was short bias on Tesla, hoping to get a short, but it just dropped out of the gates, and so didn't give me an entry opportunity, really. I could have taken that risk here when it popped up to 392, but I thought it would pop higher. So, admittedly, I missed that.
Yeah, I see it. Tesla is interesting, man. It's
guys,
here. It's got good
anyways, I caused the problem, so my
you started it.
I didn't mean to. Yeah,
it's gonna be hard for you to now pull that back.
Yeah, I mean, anyways, let's not start because it gets political very fast. We understand there's strong opinions out there. Let's focus on the trading. I'm listening to him because of course we want to see if it has an impact on the market and if he makes any comments that are relevant to the market. But so far, all of the comments and all the questions seem to be focused around the war, which again, this market just seems to be ignoring this entire war, which is fascinating. So
yeah, it doesn't care. This market's like, whatever, man. We're going all-time highs and we're here.
It's amazing.
And
I have again,
if you look at the last 20 years, Peter.
Time.
The last 20 years, COVID, this, that. It's just, okay, yeah, we get a dip, boom, explode. Go to where we came from and higher. It's just unbelievable.
Even in previous wars, this is the first time in history that a market has completely ignored a war. Like, really, it's fascinating. So, anyways, all right, guys, I'm still keeping an eye on things here. Atlas.
All right, let's see. Amazon, Lucid,
NVIDIA. I want to go short on NVIDIA, but it looks like it's actually the orders are to the top side, 203. We'll see what it does here. We'll see what it does. It's tough to say here.
You got a big order on NVIDIA, like 203, 202, but
yeah, I know.
203 especially.
We'll see. This is critical right at this level because it's tried a couple of times at this level and has failed.
And it can go either way. If this was not here and this was not here, man, I'll be joining you short on this thing. But we need this to go away. It would be nice to see this 43,000 go away here. 45. price action does look weak. I'll keep looking at the. Yeah, I think you're onto
I am
something on
short.
Nvidia, man. You're short.
I
Yeah,
am
that's a
short
good
already
call.
on it.
Yeah,
So
that's a good call.
I just,
If the
but
price action looks
it's a
weak here.
iffy. It's very
Yeah,
iffy right now.
yeah.
So
This is one of those situations where Atlas, like the bids are not adding up to what the price action is
yeah,
doing.
no.
Because you got this
And the
202
market
heavy
is
here. Oh man.
we just need a if the market spikes higher, this could pull this higher. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Let's see. If it digs in here and drops back down, that could be a nice short. Oh no, this is gonna. See, we're digging in there 30,000 now. So this is why Atlas is so important, guys. You can see what's happening here visually. This is going to be much easier to read than this. Don't get me wrong. I'm used to reading this because we've done it for years now, right? We've done it for years. So we can read this, no problem. But this is a lot easier to read. So if you're a new trader and you're starting out with this tool, you are just ahead of the game already compared to when me and Peter started, right? So get the market Atlas. Is again, I have this tool. I think it's important. But I don't use it, to be honest. I don't use it. Well, that's good. We dropped like 20,000 shares off that 202.20, Peter.
okay. I'm gonna take a quick partial here, as I think we're finally moving down. I did add into it because I didn't have the best entry to begin with, so I added so that my new average price is now over 202. Stop, of course, now is at break even. Let's see if we can get a low of day. 201.70 would be a place I'd be targeting here. 201.60 if we move aggressively. Let's go. Come on.
Suze, I thought you were calling me a poet. I'm like, why is he calling me a poet? But no, he's saying poet the stock. Yeah, you're talking about the stock here, which it is popping nicely here, 20%. I thought he was giving me a compliment. I was taking it, but I see you're talking about actual trading now. Yeah, so 20% up this morning, 11 million shares rolling here.
Beautiful. Taking another partial here at low of day.
That looks nice.
On NVIDIA.
Peter is short NVIDIA. Here's NVIDIA's market Atlas. 201 is building up nicely.
Not the best of shorts, but it's working.
I think you still have this 202.20. Like, it sold a lot, like 40,000 from 40,000 to 23,000. But look, it's building up again. I think the sellers are not done up here. They are not done. Check car. Car got halted to the upside. How did it get halted?
Dropping now.
What was the percentage there?
Oh,
wow.
NVIDIA's coming back.
See, car's starting to get a lot of attention now. The fun might be over. Everybody's talking about car, and once everybody starts talking about car, that's when the party's over.
Well, I can see that. So this is the first time I've ever traded a market with a presidential address happening at the open. Never seen this before, and the market is acting normal, right? Like it's pretty much. I feel like it's ignoring the comments. Okay, here we go. This looks better on NVIDIA. Let's go.
Yeah, he is still live. So President Trump is still live, taking questions.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, taking another partial here.
Nice short, Peter. That is beautiful, man.
So I'll post it into the chat room, Carlos, so you can pick it up from there. It's probably the easiest way to share it.
Okay.
Just so that we can share it with people. So
I'll actually have to hop in there. Hop into the chat. Car was a fake.
Oh,
yeah, that hold was weird. On that
look at my partial. That looks brilliant. Right at the low of that candle.
Yeah. Oh, the NVIDIA going lower, man. Very nice.
Yeah, let's go.
Very nice. Very nice. Here we are on NVIDIA. Let's take a look. Andrew's trading UNH. Do we have that? Oh, not that one. wrong button. I'm trying to bring up the trades from Andrew, and I hit this one by mistake. Hit the Elon Musk.
Why not?
We had to use that yesterday for 420, but meant to bring this up here.
There we go.
I think that one is old. Let me update that. I don't think Andrew's short. TSLA. Get that out of the way. And I was going to show you guys. Peter's trade. So here you go. Peter, awesome. Short, added, partial, and partial down here. Right at the bottom of that 201.41, man. Sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet. Excellent
So,
trade.
We got some orders under 201. If we can get under 201, that'll be my next partial. So
awesome trade, Peter. Awesome.
Here we
trade.
go.
NVDA.
201. I'm going to take a partial
go.
right there. Okay, beautiful. Another partial.
Nice. Very nice, Peter. Good stuff, man.
Let me update it. I'll post an update here. Okay, so there you go.
Very nice. Peter's just picking off the bottoms here. Oh wait, that's the same one.
Beautiful.
I looked at the wrong one. Here it is. There it is. Nice. Good stuff. Over at 299.
Yeah,
All right,
200.9798. Let's call it, rounding up.
Yeah. Here's Andrew. Andrew's long PLTR, guys. So long PLTR added. He's looking for the break to that 147.20. Oh, here it is, baby. Look at the Atlas. Just bunch of orders up there. It is. Oh, that is gonna be a nice trade there. Look, it wants to go up there, pick up these orders. The imbalance clearly to the upside on PLTR there, and Andrew's gonna be taking a partial soon, I'm sure. Coming up here at 147. It's about 80 cents there. So that's pretty good. All right. Very nice. 146.20. Dun. All right, friends. What do we have? Oh, what did I do? No, don't do that. Okay. Nope. Don't do that. All right. Let's see what else we got. No trades for me, friends, yet. Tesla looking decent at the VWAP previous day close, so let's look out for that one. Car halted to the upside now, and Andrew's long UNH as well. That's about to give him a big pop right here as well. $352. Wow, nothing for me yet, guys. Feeling FOMO. Everybody's trading. Andrew's trading. You're trading. I'm just like sitting here. It's not cool. Let's find something. Let's get into some trouble. Groupon. Breaking out here. I don't like the volume much on this. And UNH breaking higher, so that's good. Christopher, no trades for you. Okay, we're in the same boat here. Jonathan, USAR was fun for you. We'll take. Oh, look at UNH for the win, guys. UNH for Andrew is about to pay off. So he just took a partial there at 355. On UNH, looking at Tesla, possible VWAP breakout and previous day close. We got both here on Tesla, so we'll be on the lookout for that. Peter, don't go quiet on me, my man. How we doing? How's that trade? Don't go quiet. I don't like it.
The funny thing is, I'm actually trying to book a pickleball court.
Oh, okay, good.
So
that's good. That's what we want to hear. I want to hear the trade's still working. What else? Apple.
Yeah.
What is Apple up to after their big announcement yesterday? As we expected, not much happening. Looks like it wants to drop here on the bigger time frame, the 5 minute. Got a 5-minute ORB here. Could be a nice drop here for 5-minute ORB breakdown. She's not looking bad, guys. It is choppy. Like even on the 1 minute, you can see how the choppiness is. So if you get short here for a possible break, it's gonna take a while. I think. Let's see what Atlas has for us on Apple. Kind of like it for a short. Ooh, 270 has tons of orders. Let's see if we can get a push up and then a sell down. 270 Market Atlas looks decent. I like that there. So if I can push up and sell off, this could be something here. All right, let's try it. All right, so we're short Apple. We'll give it a shot. I'd love to get to that 270. That'll be about 80 cents if we can get there. So short Apple based on this beautiful number we have here, 25,000 towards 270. This will be a 5-minute ORB. Not the cleanest, right? We got a lot of chop here on the 5-minute range, especially in the 1 minute. Very, very choppy. But I think there might be a potential to see some weakness here. As that's playing out, let's go back to Tesla. Tesla failed the VWAP breakout. I was looking forward to this because you had the VWAP breakout plus you also had the previous day close. So I was looking forward to this. We didn't get it. So just short on Apple. UNH. Oh, what a beauty, guys. Anybody trade that thing? Should have paid attention to UNH. That is a nice breakout there. That is nice. I didn't think it was going to trade that well today. I'll be honest. Did not think it was going to trade that well. All right, let's put Apple here. So we're short Apple, friends. We're looking for 270 on this at least. Let's see if we can get there. I think it's going to take a while for it to actually do something. Tesla's back up. Right. Let's see on Tesla here. Let's see what the next candle does. Let's look at the Atlas on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's just below the previous day close here, Carlos. If it breaks green and then holds through the end of the candle, then it might go higher. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look that strong to me.
It's balanced out. You got 391 and you got 393. It looks a little bit more bullish, but not by much.
Not a little more downside than upside, I would say. So,
I see it the other way. I see a little more upside than downside.
Really?
On Tesla.
Depends what time frame you look at, I suppose. If I zoom right in and just look at between the $385 and $400 price, yeah, you're right.
Oh, you're looking far out.
It's pretty balanced. If I zoom right in, I guess you're right. Now that
it's not by much, but
no, it's not by much.
Yeah, it's not by much. But again, we gotta wait for our play here. Our play is we gotta get the breakout, we gotta get the pullback, and then here, if the next candle can come up and get to 390, 280, that's good, right? That could be a good breakup. But right now, it's failing, so we gotta wait for our setup here. We're not gonna jump the gun. We are short on Apple, which is going to stop us out here 271 above the VWAP. So we'll give a couple of cents back on this if it doesn't work. We'll see if the VWAP could do its job here on Apple. And Tesla failed. Glad I didn't join that. So we're getting the drop here on Tesla. I am still short on Apple.
I love movies. All right.
Let's see here.
Okay. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get a stop. Hopefully, NVIDIA's coming back on me. I am still short in NVIDIA, just hanging on to my shares. It's a green trade, stop at break even. You know, I was hoping to get below down to 200, and there's still time. I mean, my break even is a little over 202, which is good 25 cents above the VWAP. So we'll see what happens here.
Looks like Apple's starting to get some more to the
Cars.
upside now. So I don't like that. It's
I
not
never
helping
watched
me at
car.
all. It got halted a
Is this the
couple
way
of
car
times.
normally trades? Yeah, it's halted
I think so,
twice.
man. I think so. It
And
doesn't get a lot of volume. It's very quiet. Um,
it's hard. It's I don't know. I don't like this is hard to trade
yeah,
this
it's
car.
it's
And look at the
messy, man.
spread. I mean, it's a $5 spread on it. Like I just how would you trade that?
Yeah, it's a little messy. Um, all right, let's see what Apple's doing here. I don't like this 271.80 level. It just starts to come up against me, so we might be stopping out on
Carlos, you
this
know how you
here.
get sometimes
How?
I mean,
How's that?
I've replaced this monitor, but I don't know if let me see if I can show you guys what I've done here. Hold on. I've got oops. It's funny how like things just throw you off a little bit. Like I feel thrown off just because I have hold on. Let's see if I can show it here. I guess it doesn't really show here, but I've got a monitor in front of a monitor. So normally they're all mounted, right? And this one is
Okay.
actually just sitting on a base. I had to assemble it here this morning, put it on a base. So later on, I'll just mount it on the actual monitor.
On the
But it's just
arm.
like,
Okay.
yeah, it's only like 6 inches closer to me, but it feels like it's on my face. This monitor, like
Probably
it's
the
one of those
brightness,
where
man. The brightness probably too high. That does play a huge part. Like some of these
I think so. I
monitors,
think it's just
some of these monitors,
yeah.
like they'll get your eyes tired. Like this monitor, I have it at 50%. Usually when they come at 100, and you'd be surprised from 100 to 70
Mm.
to 50%. The difference of the brightness, it might not seem like a lot, but you just reduced it 50%. So but want to make sure you bring that brightness down. That will definitely get your eyes
Okay.
tired for sure.
Let's see. Let's see what we can do here. Because you're
Yeah,
right. It's actually sitting at 80% out of the
yeah.
box.
If you
So
bring it
let's see
down, you won't even notice
let's
notice the
reduce it down here a
difference.
little bit. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah. I can put it
Yeah,
down to like 30% and it's still
yeah,
fine.
yeah. I
44%.
noticed
There you
that.
go.
Okay, I got it. I'm
Huh.
stopping out on Apple, guys. Yeah, my eye doctor told me that. She was like, I went complaining a few years back. I'm like, I think I'm going blind with all the screens I'm looking at. She's like, no, it's probably the air and the brightness. You're drying out your eyes before you're supposed to. And then she told me, she was very clear. She's like, I think the screens are hurting my eyes. So like, screens do not hurt your eyes. You're not gonna lose your vision because you spend time on the screen. That's a myth. I was like, really? Like, yeah, it's a myth. I'm like, okay. Um, we'll see. I'm still 2020, and we'll see how it goes. And I've been on screens my whole life, man, ever since we started working.
Yeah,
So let's see. All right, stopped out on Apple, guys, just above the VWAP. It's just choppy. I don't think it's doing anything. Tesla, on the other hand, had a great rejection off the VWAP and the previous day close. I don't want to go short on it, but man, it looks rather weak here. 390, 389. Oh, man. What are we thinking, Tesla? I like the setup here, guys, on Tesla. Like the rejection of the previous day close and the VWAP. SPY's pushing higher and Tesla's going lower, which is very interesting. Atlas is showing Tesla weak as well. If we go short here, what are we looking at? Low of the day.
Is I guess yeah, if you zoom in, Tesla's weak. Again, zoom out a little bit, Carlos, on the Atlas. It's
Yeah,
not
it's balanced out
it
when you do
depends.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it balances, so
UNH didn't keep going. NVIS. Oh wow, NVIS. NVTS, excuse me, NVTS. Navitas Semiconductor doing some good stuff here. Groupon, nothing burger. Car is just messy, guys. Be careful if you're trading that. It's just really all over the place. Apple. If I look at Apple
Yeah, car you have to
here,
trade differently, don't you?
yeah, you
Like,
really do.
like really, really small shares. You've got a huge spread on it. So, you're down a couple of bucks for, the second you enter this trade, no matter what direction you're taking it in. Is it even shortable? I didn't even look. Is it? It is
I think they had
shortable.
a couple of shares for sure.
Yeah, it's shortable. Only 3,000 shares, but yeah. And you can tell it's not big volume. Like I have a secondary list of the big orders. And in the 15 minutes I've had it on the screen, there's only been one order over 2,000 shares. So it's a lot of like small retail traders trading this
Yeah.
thing.
Apple is trying to put a VWAP breakout. See this it happening here. It's just I'm not sure it has the juice to keep going. And Atlas looks very balanced out. How to get access to a market Atlas? Head over to tradingterminal.com, and you can get access. I think they have a trial. So one point I saw that they had like this 7-day thing. Is that a thing, guys? So don't quote me. I come up with stuff sometimes. I don't know. So don't say, "Oh, Carlos said this." Like, no, I didn't say anything. I'm asking. We got to go check. I'm not sure, but I think they got like a 7-day trial thing, right? They do. Yes, I'm not bugging. I'm not going crazy. I know what I'm talking about. Here it is, guys. 7-day trials. Yeah, come on,
I'm not
now.
bugging.
Come on, not bugging. Things are in check here. Get the 7-day trial, guys. 7 days, and you can check things out. Is it going to charge you a couple of bucks? Is that read the fine print? Always read the fine print, guys. Very important. Start your 7-day trial for $9, right? So it's free-ish, free-ish. Okay, free-ish, and that's to avoid the bots and the people from all these AI agents that want to come in now and take data and do whatever they have to do. So for $9, you get in there 7 days, and you can start using the scanner. Atlas, the Live Squawk is very nice. Okay, you can start using that. Yeah, it's a lot of great tools. So make sure you get this. That's false marketing. I don't know. Is it? I'm not sure. That's free-ish. We got to put ish in here. Free-ish. Okay. There you go. Free-ish. But I know they do that to avoid just people just randomly signing up, and people are crazy, man. They will sign up 20 times with different emails just to get the free, and never pay. They'll be using the program for a whole year and not pay. And if you do that, you end up paying $9 every time. It's going to add up, right? So you got to protect yourself from the scammers. The scammers mess it up for everybody. That's the problem. See, Saya, he's laughing because he's probably done this with some free YouTube, some free YouTube channels, right? You done this? The free, keep signing up for free and free and free. It's okay. It's okay. I can't talk. I use Netflix on my wife's on my brother's wife's account for a long time. My sister-in-law for a long time. Why not? All right, here we go. Come on, Apple. What are we thinking? I want to trade something. Tesla back up above the VWAP. I just don't like the setup here with the previous day close. It's really got to get above the previous day close for us to believe it. Amazon. Okay, take a look at Amazon, guys. We're getting a nice breakout here. Let's take a look at Atlas. If you need this, let me send this to you. I'm going to copy and paste if you guys want to join and get this market Atlas for yourselves. Here it is. Let's take a look at Amazon. I'm so slow right now. This should have been up already. Amazon's about to leave us. Oh my goodness, this is good, guys. Amazon, I think, looks good. I'm so late to this party, but I am going to take a trade on Amazon. Don't go too high. All right, so I am going to go on Amazon, guys. I'm so late to this. Do not take this trade. I think the entry is poor, but I do like the setup, and I love the market Atlas on this towards 255 and better. So Let's see. Long Amazon stop will be at 253. I got to give it like $1 and change. 253.90. Oh, yeah, 252.97. So right in this area, just below this wick, basically. Below this wick. So that gives me enough room below the VWAP, plus then some in case buyers want to show up here again. So let's see. I love the Atlas on it, though. Atlas looks great. Second trade, guys. Lost on Apple. Long on Amazon now. And we'll see how this plays out here. Yes, Peter is frozen into time. I think he's restarting his machine.
Yeah, frozen. Here I am. I'm unfrozen. Yeah. I'm here. I'm trying to manage a lot of streams of activity, so my apologies.
Yes,
still short on NVIDIA because it doesn't come back to my break even. I contemplating adding when it was at VWAP, but it was so close to my break even. I didn't want to erode my chance to hang on to this. So I'm not sure whether that was a good decision or not, but
yeah,
if it continues to stay weak, I may add a little bit later. This may be one of these trades that if NVIDIA doesn't show any strength, I can just hang into this all day. We'll see what happens.
All right, let's see.
My microphone is a few decibels less.
Hello? It is? I hear you. I hear you fine.
There's a comment from Papaleos.
I hear you fine.
Okay.
All right, let's see if we get a 254 on Amazon. Will be nice. We got a couple of orders up there. See if we can get up there 254 and better. Right now, pulling back towards the VWAP. But 254, we got to break through this if we have a chance at 255. Let's see if he wants to do that. UNH came back, so nothing to see there. AMD broke off pretty nice, so that's good. Apple's coming back below the VWAP. End up with what?
And every time I buy new equipment, of course, nowadays, they tend to give you cables, right? I have got so many bags of power cables and HDMI cables. I don't know what to do with them. I've got these. I probably have, I don't know how many, like dozens of these sitting around. Because using the monitors on a standing desk, you need long HDMI cables, so I have to buy custom ones. So I can never use these. I could start a whole store just selling HDMI cables and power cables. I have so many of these after all the years.
Yeah, they stack up. Oh, come on, Amazon. Amazon is right at my stop, 252.97.
Donate them? To who? I don't know.
You could donate.
I'd happily donate them to somebody. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus Christ! All right, stop that on Amazon, guys.
Who needs a HDMI cable?
They're expensive.
Oh wow!
I know that.
Sudden drop.
Yeah, I'm getting plummeted here on Amazon.
They've come down a lot in price. HDMI cables nowadays. It used to be that they were like super expensive. Now you can buy a average HDMI cable for pretty cheap.
Yeah, I know that there's some that for some reason are like expensive. I think because they're used for gaming or something. I don't see a difference. Yeah. But some people have these expensive cables for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, if you want no latency, you're worried about I don't know, 4K,
like $15 for 4K a 3-foot
quality
cable. Oh, guys. All right, I'm having a rough
that's cheaper than it used to be, Carlos. I remember when they first came out, like I was paying $60 easy for a cable just because it was the newest technology and it had integrated sound and video, which was unique at the time. Hell, I still have a TV downstairs that runs off the RGB cables where it had like separate red, green, blue inputs.
Oh my goodness.
and
it works.
I have fiber optic sound. So yeah, it still works. Still
fiber optic sound. I remember those. Wow. All right, guys. I am having a rough day.
Thrift store.
Rough day.
Okay. All right.
Let's see here. How about you guys? How you guys doing today? So 2 losses for me so far on Amazon. And look at the drop out of nowhere, right back to the low of the towards the low of the day. Um, PLTR, yeah,
Yeah, that
Andrew. How
was
did you find
it was quite.
PLTR? Andrew found
I mean,
PLTR.
it looked like Amazon was positioned well for a potential pop above VWAP. I mean, I give you that, but
Yeah,
yeah, it really dropped on you, didn't it?
yeah, man, out of nowhere. And it's not even
Oh
the
no.
market; it's just Amazon on his own just dropped. I'm like, my goodness.
Yeah. On the other side, I've got my NVIDIA, which is now above the VWAP, which is not good. Coming back towards my break even, so may yet stop me out. If it does, oh, here we go. One penny away. Yeah, it looks inevitable now. I'm gonna get stopped out. Uh-oh. Brian's gone long, NVIDIA. That's not good for my trade. Yeah, I think. Mhm. Whoa, Carlos. I was saved by a penny. Yikes.
Nice.
I think I'm still gonna get stopped out here. But
Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, what's going on today? Like, there's no direction. Trump, you gotta get off the mic, man. You gotta get off the mic. What are you doing to us?
isn't he done by now?
No, he's not. I
But
think
the feed I
unless this
was
is a
watching,
replay.
well,
Is this a
the
replay that
feed
I'm
I went
watching?
into, it started repeating the same thing I'd heard. So I think it says it's
Oh,
live, but it's not.
it's
It's already
not. Okay.
comments. It's comments that I'd already heard. So
I'm like,
at least
are
the feed I
you
was
messing us
watching.
up? I'm like, this is a
Yeah,
long time for him to talk if he's still talking. Um, he's been on
yeah.
since
I mean,
8:30.
it could be.
Nah, an
He's
hour
known
and a
for
half.
long speeches.
Nah, that's pretty
Yeah.
long.
Oh, Bats Wayne, you're trading against my short. Well, you know, you're in good company. I said Brian is long with you, and it does look long right now. I mean, there you go. So I got stopped out. I'm out of Nvidia. So you know, you're free to go as high as you want. That's okay. I got my short. It worked. I mean, I only got about $1 on it, which is I would have liked more on Nvidia, but
Yeah,
take
yeah.
what you can get.
All right, let's see. Tesla's now back above the previous day close. So choppy though, man. So
Apple's back
choppy.
down.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, let's see. Where's the action, guys? Where's the action? And uh, Apple. Do we like this drop again on Apple? Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Oh no, wrong thing. Trying to type Apple in here.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks like the market's pushing higher,
Yes, 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 yes.
I think.
Okay. I'm gonna give Apple another shot again. See if
Oh,
270's in the books. Yeah, so I'm sure Apple
uh,
one more time
towards the
here for
low here.
two.
I hope you're not
Yeah,
chasing this.
it's a little bit of a chase. I still think we got time for a 5 minute RB breakdown, but we got to break here, man. Like we got to break here. So let me show you here. So I'm hoping that we can break
Oh,
down from this area again. I'm a little late. I should have been closer to 271. I was a little late on both of them actually, here and here, if I look at the 5 minute RB. But let's see. Atlas looks good. Let's see if it can work this time. 270. We got 26,000 there.
I see.
So yeah,
I
see if
see.
it works.
You're going after that. Okay. Well, let's hope
Let's see
so.
if it
Got my
works.
fingers and toes crossed for you.
Yeah, yeah. All right, this is my third trade of the day, and I still think Tesla's good for a breakout. Not now, but man, every time it comes up above this previous day close, it looks good, but it fails. It fails. It fails. So let's see what Apple does here. If we can get the drop. Tesla sideways. Amazon. Amazon is also stuck within this range. Heading back to the top, but I'm not sure if it can
Andrew
do anything
Andrew
there.
managed to. He's still in PLTR long, so he finds them. I got to tell you,
Yeah,
he's
that's a
good at
beautiful
finding
trade,
them.
man. Can't take my eyes off Tesla. I think Tesla's gonna be a nice breakout, guys. I really think we're gonna get a breakout here. It's setting up nicely, man. Look at this little get together here above the VWAP, previous day close, at least towards the
A little
high.
get together.
Yeah, a little get together happening
Little
here.
party going on here.
The minute I take my eyes off and start looking at other things, and I have to because I'm in Apple short, Tesla's gonna go. I have the few indicator is on fire for Tesla long here. But let's focus on Apple. How does level 2 look on Tesla? Actually, it's very balanced out, really. Like, there's no real, there's no imbalance on Tesla. How do you see it here? It's very, very balanced out. So that's going to be a tough one. Oh, wait, my numbers are messed up. Here it is. 5, 10. 10 is good. Yeah, don't know about Tesla. All right, we're losing the 5-minute range on Apple. Let's see if we can get the drop on Apple. We are looking for 270. $270 on Apple. NVDA breaking previous day close. That's nice. You're out of this already on NVIDIA, right, Peter?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm out. My break even was basically like a penny above the previous day close. So
yeah. All right, let's see. I don't even have. Okay, what's the levels for this? I have 270 based on Atlas, but before that we have this 270. Oh, 270.28 is the low from yesterday, and then below that on Apple, what do we have? Let's go to the left here. We don't have much. We don't have much because every time it gets in this area, look at the big days that it puts in. It puts these really big drops. We might have, this is a minor area here, guys. 269.35. Got a couple of days messing around with that there. 269.35. But let's see if we can even get to 270 first. That'll be the first place to get to. And then Amazon. I'm sorry, not Amazon. Tesla. Nothing yet. Nothing yet on Tesla. All right, let's see if Apple can deliver. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. Right now, we're sitting at 307, just below. Don't forget, guys, that Peter could drink today here live with you if you get to 500, right? Is that what we said, 500?
sure.
Yeah, we got.
I'll even let you guys.
Yeah,
I'll let you guys pick the drink. Oh, apples! You're getting the move down here, Carlos.
Yeah, man, getting the move down 270. Let's see, we got a 270. Actually, 270.29. Let me look at Atlas. Atlas is telling me 270. I don't want to be greedy, but want to be smart. But Atlas is saying, hey, 270, man. We're We are waiting for you here. Come on down. But I don't want to be greedy. Peter, show some good Canadian whiskey. Is the comment in the
Canadian
chat.
whiskey. I don't have any good Canadian whiskey. I've got a couple of local whiskeys. They are horrible. That's why I still have them. There are some good ones.
That makes sense.
All the good.
That's you still have them. That makes perfect sense.
That's why I still have them. Yeah, the good ones I drank. The ones I have are the ones that I do not enjoy. I told my wife, I'm like, should I throw them out? Like, I just don't want to. I hate throwing out whiskey, but I mean, I'll have to wait till like I have guests over and then they want a mixed drink. I'm like, sure,
Right.
let me give you this
same
stuff.
thing.
I'll put it with some Coke.
There's always the people that want to mix the drinks, and the last thing you want to do is give you a good whiskey for someone's gonna put a pound of sugar in it, you know. So I agree with that. Agreed. All right, we're getting a little bit off a push off. We went as low as 270.15. It happened so quick though. I didn't get a chance to partial there. I would have definitely done it there. Let's see if Apple has got some more downside first. Right over here, right? So right over here, around 215. Quickly push up. Let's see if we can get lower again. Start diving into this 270. Got plenty of orders there if we want to go get them. Eyes on Tesla, guys. Don't sleep on Tesla. I took my eyes off for like a second. And Tesla's breaking out above that 393.21. Hopefully, you guys took advantage of that. So okay breakout. Hasn't done anything yet. If we get the continuation, that's when the fun begins. But hopefully, you guys were paying attention. This could be a good trade. Let's see. Let's see if Tesla wants to head towards the highs. All right, Apple is taking its time. What is American Airlines up to? 12.74. The United Airlines is tomorrow, you said, Peter? Later this week, right?
Was that? Repeat that?
United Airlines was when? Their earnings?
To tonight after the close.
Oh, it's tonight. Okay, that should be fun.
Yeah.
Should be fun. They're up 1.7 right now, so that should be good. All right, so we'll see what United does tonight. Apple's just struggling here. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm not showing you the right screen. I'm here flipping through tickers, and I'm showing you guys the actual screen. My bad. So we see 215, 270.15 is what we got to. And we're trying to get that 270. Hashtag funded, Ralph. Yeah, we'll do something for funded. What are we gonna do for funded? We'll pick a hashtag. Not yet. We still got some time here. It's early. It's 10:18. I feel like I've been trading for 2 hours. With such a rough day I'm having. Yeah, I feel like I've been trading for way longer than this. That's for sure. Time only goes fast when you're having fun. Losing is not fun. Tesla failed. Wow, I did not expect that. I thought Tesla was actually going to do a really nice breakout. What's happening? It's not the SPY. Tesla doing Tesla stuff. AMD. Everything is kind of turning around a little bit, not much. UNH, nothing. NVTS, nothing right now. Groupon, nothing. Car halted at 732. This stock is just insane. Yes, Tesla tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
Tomorrow after the close, and that'll be fun. Tesla's one of the few stocks that even if they have earnings tomorrow, they'll be tradable. And I'm watching Apple here, guys, go lower. Let's see if we can get dropped below that 270. Like some stocks, they're not great until after their earnings. Tesla's one that you could trade all the time. Even tomorrow, earnings coming up, you'll still be in play. It's just one of those stocks we're so heavily traded and watched. That I think there'll be some opportunities. What happened? Oh, what is going on? That's not nice.
Wow. Apple, you got the 270 on Apple, Carlos. Did you partial?
I'm gonna partial right now. Something weird just happened, man. I was like, what is going on? So I'm looking at sometimes. Let me show you. That was very weird, man. I gotta pay attention to that. So I was looking here, right, at the Apple price, which is
Mhm.
my watches, right? My primary, my secondary, and I was looking at this price here. Looking at Apple while I'm looking at Tesla, and it was stuck at 270.20. It wasn't updating,
Right.
and then I look over at Market Atlas, and Market
Oh,
Atlas is at 269.85, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? And I'm realizing, look,
interesting.
none of the prices are updating unless I click on it. Is that a thing?
No, I thought they should be
They
updating.
should be updating. That's not a thing.
that's
Look,
that's not a thing. No, I don't think it should be a thing.
why is that happening? That does not make sense. Look, none of the prices are updating here. So I was looking at Apple, like, okay, we start at 270.20, and I look at Atlas, and we're like, wait, we're below 270. What the heck is going on? Is that a problem, or is that like a feature? Because that's be doing some crazy features I didn't even know about sometimes. So let me just focus in real quick. Where's Apple? All right, I'm just gonna restart this real quick, guys. You might feel a slight tingling. Actually, we could do this screen in the meantime. I'm gonna just reopen my browser and see what the heck was that about. Ho ho. Okay, now it looks like they're all working. That was very weird, man. Very, very weird. Okay, here we go, Apple. It's about time we get something here. Very nice. Okay, I'll take another partial here, friends. Oh, there it is. Another partial on Apple. You got premium feature. I don't know what that is. That should not be a feature. It should just work. But look, I just need to reset. Looks like
You
they're
want
all updating. Non-premium
you
then.
want non-premium if that's that's a premium feature.
Yeah, I don't want that feature. All right. So here it is. Apple, another partial 269.75. It's actually 79. So let's see if we can get anything else on Apple. So Apple giving us some stuff. Tesla, I'm shocked with this drop here on Tesla. If it wasn't so choppy, potential VWAP breakdown, but Tesla's just messing around here. Look at this beautiful pullback. Here's the entry. There's just entry right there, 391. If I was going to trade this, right there, stop above the VWAP. Might even give it like previous day close. This is right there. Might as well use such a major technical level. But it's trading so choppy that I don't trust it to drop lower. But this looks really nice here. That entry for the possible drop. So let's see. Apple continues lower, friends. 269.35 is next. We got that off the daily. And let's see. So quick reminder, guys. What did we do yesterday? Yesterday we had, was it 2 losses or 3 losses? I can't remember. But we had 3 losses. Today we started the day also 0 for 2, right? So that's 5 losing trades in the last two days, right? So that could be very, very stressful. The last 2 days, 5 losing trades. And here we finally have a winner locked in. So you got to make sure that, out of 100 trades, very important. Out of 100 trades, you're going to lose 40, right? You're going to lose 40 of these. They all might come together just like this, or they all might be sprinkled around nicely, a couple of wins and then 1 loss, a couple of wins, then 1 loss. We wish it was that way, but it's not. The way it works is, you might get 5 all in a row and it's tough and you might lose your confidence and your cool, but you got to understand that bigger picture. Stay calm, cool, and collected. Out of 100 trades, you're going to lose 40. You don't know where those 40s are going to come in. But what you have to do is, at all costs, is make sure that this 40, that you have them controlled and small. You can't be losing an arm and a leg on the 40. because then you can make up for the winners, right? Your winners cannot make up for the losers. So that's very, very important. So it's probably the number one thing in trading is risk management. Number one thing. You don't have to be a best trader, but if you could be an amazing risk manager, you're gonna do okay, right? So I'm the same. I've had such a crappy week. No good wins in the last 3 trading days. All right, hey, just keep following the plan, and if you need to take a break and go to sim or do whatever, but it's big picture, right? It's so important to look at the big picture because it's easy to look at the small picture when you have a green day, but when you're having a bad stretch, it's very hard to zoom out and look at the big picture, right? Big picture. So a month, a quarter, a year, you can't focus on a couple of days because that's not what trading is about, right? So very important. All right, so let's see. Apple delivering nicely here, guys. So we are looking for that 269.35.
Yeah, worked well. I'm impressed.
Yeah, worked pretty good. And Atlas, I mean, it had 270 there, heavy. I'm surprised we pulled up because even when I looked at it here for a possible short, 270 was still very heavy. It just wasn't ready at that time, I guess, right? So now we're getting a nice little breakdown. I'm looking for 269.35 is my next level. But if we don't get there, I will start taking more partials in case a bounce is ready. Yeah, you can't do that. You gotta play it out. You gotta play it out, and you gotta think. You gotta zoom out. For sure. JS trading, 100%. Took small profit on Intel short. Beautiful. What else you guys did today? Is car nonstop? All right. See, we have a good trade, but if Apple keeps going, we could turn a good trade into an excellent trade. So let's see. Let's see if the 269.35 are ready for a partial here, friends. Oh, look at this drop, guys. Very nice. Can we get to 235?
All right. You got the move. I thought you were chasing it, Carlos, but you got in and it's working out well.
Yeah, it's paying off pretty nice here.
Nice.
Let me see. 269.35 is trying. Let's see if we can continue with the weakness. Hard to continue. Usually stocks like to pull back a little bit here. We'll try to be patient. This is close enough, I think. But Atlas is saying stay. Stay, wait. Let's see here. Atlas has moved down a lot of orders now to 269. If you look at it here, 269 is building up nicely. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna be battling for 10 cents. I'm taking a partial now, guys, to 269.48. We're not gonna be dabbling for 10 cents there. So partial here on Apple. And let's see if we can go lower. But Atlas is saying, hey, stay in the game here. This might not be done. 269 showing 29,000 now. So, and got a little bit towards the top, but not a whole lot to be concerned about right now. So look at Atlas here on Apple in this area here. Got plenty at the moment. So see if that can go lower. Looks like it wants to. There it is, 269.39. Where's Tesla? Tesla came back up. Oh, Tesla's just playing games. Look at this nastiness, guys. And I gotta tell you, it's giving some really good fake outs on Tesla. Here, faked out, didn't work. Here, beautiful breakdown pattern, didn't work. I mean, it's giving some really good fake outs, so be careful. This thing is a stuck in chop. Maybe this is a chop for tomorrow's earnings. Is that what we're getting here? We're getting it early? Because this seems very, very choppy here, so.
Oh.
All right, let's see what Apple wants to do.
All right.
Boom, boom, boom. 10:30. Oh, very nice.
Okay.
Very nice. Live news. Excellent. Okay. All right, a little pullback there. That's good for us. If we can drop some more, this could be a big drop for Apple. We saw that little push up, and then the sellers came in saying we're not done. Let's see if it can drop here. This could be nice. We'll be in for a nice drop here. All right, 406, just 94 likes away from the goal of getting Peter to sip his favorite whiskey.
Okay. There you go.
Let's see. All right, here's the drop. Let's see. Irish coffee. There you go. Yes, Peter plus whiskey equals 100 likes. 500 likes. Yes, correct. Correct.
Well, maybe it's the other way around. Peter
Yes,
plus 500 likes equals whiskey.
That's right. That's right.
Let's sometimes why are they putting all this tape? I got this tape all over this new monitor. Ah.
Let's see if Amazon can drop. Sorry, Apple. You guys are quiet today. What's going on? How you guys do today? Okay, hopefully better than my start of the day. Uncle D trades over on YouTube. His short NVIDIA. When was that? I gotta get a timestamp for this in case I'm late to the comment. Oh no, it's just a few minutes ago. What is NVIDIA up to? Let's take a look. Okay, hopefully you're still in. It looks like it wants to drop
yeah,
lower.
I've been watching NVIDIA.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not confident in it anymore.
Let's see. Apple going down more or will it go up? Vino. KY. I hope more. I'm biased obviously, but I hope it goes down a lot more. Down towards that 269 and better. But it is getting a little bit of support here. But I love this candle. This candle was nice. This is like a very strong candle saying no, not yet. Get back down there. So I like that. Let's see if it can break this level. 269.35. We got this off the daily. So not a strong daily level either. Like if I show you, not a huge strong daily level. It was where we got it from. We came back over here, and it was this guy here, and what was the other one? And I forget where we got the other one from. And this guy, yeah. Oh, not showing you. So this guy and this guy. That's how we got that 269.35 level. So it's not really a strong level. It's not like a previous day close where if you look at it here, look how much support, resistance. You have all this stuff happening. A lot of touches. Here's only here and here, right? So that's not really a lot. But everybody's watching it, and somehow we have a battle happening here. Look at the battle right now, 269.35. So, let's see. Eric, the doctor says, I'm with Carlos. Lower, please. Yes, lower.
There you go. Lower.
Let's go.
Well,
garbage trucks for Apple.
At least we were here this morning. I might have only got one trade, but I got lots done. I bought a replacement monitor. So that's good. Thank you, Best Buy.
Nice.
I had a gift card too. I found on my desk. So with the sale
Oh,
price and the gift card, I just got myself a replacement monitor for like $60. So,
nice. You can't beat that. 60 bucks.
huh,
You can't beat that.
huh. So even with the purchasing, I'm nicely green today.
Ah, it's
So
beautiful,
there you
man.
go. That's always
Beautiful,
good.
beautiful. Green is
Intel, your
good.
Intel long.
All right, what are you guys
Uh,
doing in chat? Let's see. Took small profits on Intel. Very nice. That's good, buddy. Rhinos. Uh, Intel. Excellent. How are our funded account members? Let's take a look. How our
yeah, we should
people are
look,
doing? Like,
especially those that
well,
are in the P Capital Boot Camp, because we've got another camp
yeah.
coming up. Actually, it's coming up soon now, right? I can't believe that the date here. It's what is it? The 21st? My God, the
No.
2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. In two
Two
weeks. The
weeks
the
until the
fourth.
next boot camp.
Oh, sorry. You're saying the
Yeah,
21st is today. Gotcha. Yep. Got it. Got it.
yeah, the 21st of today.
Yep.
So yeah, we got 2 weeks until the next boot camp starts, and that's it should be a good session as always. So if you're interested, go to pcapitaltrading.com. You can see it's 3 months. It's pretty intense. Lots of trading material, lots of live trading, lots of sort of in market. As much as Carlos and I talk stocks here and we tell you what we're trading, it's different than when you're teaching. We'll actually talk
Yep.
setups. We'll talk about exactly what we're seeing. We'll sort of take you through exactly what we're doing and thinking. So and then we all take shifts doing the live trading with our friends at boot camp. So you get to see a lot of different strategies and styles, and plus, of course, all the material that we provide you in terms of training theory, strategy, psychology, and the rest. So yeah, check it out. pcapitaltrading.com. It's a great place to go. And if you go sign up, you get that funded account, which is the tie-in here. You get live funded accounts. You can actually make money off the deal. And
Yep.
if you sign up through bearabletraders.com, you can actually get a 1 year membership to an elite membership to the Bearable Trading community. So, because that chat room is a great place. I mean, even if you don't want to do the boot camp, just join the chat room, because just to be able to trade all day live with like-minded people, it's great to have so many thousands of eyeballs helping you out on your trading all day. So it's good
Yeah.
times, good thing to do.
Absolutely. All right, let's go. Apple's going lower.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Apple's just slow and steady
Excellent.
here.
Slow and
I give
steady,
you credit,
baby.
Carlos. I was looking at it when you entered, and
Yeah.
my brain immediately says, "Oh no, you're chasing it." I'm worried that you were, going short at the bottom,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you read it right, and it was definitely dropping. So
Yep. So here it is, guys. So 269.20. Let's see if we can get any lower. But yeah, going back to our funded account here. Look at this. Guys are doing pretty good.
thank you, Agnes.
We have let's look at the current traders. So I always like to see what the current people are doing. So Danya's still crushing it here. Mahmoud. I think I pronounced it correctly.
Mahmoud. Yeah.
Yep. Keegan, and we got NX0 or NX Hero and Kyle on here as well. So some good numbers. These guys are still in it. I love to know what this means. I thought this meant how far they are from completion, but it's not. Because I see some people that are completed that have this halfway or full. I don't know. So I would love to know what this means. We got to get with our team to understand that a little bit better. But yeah, guys, great stuff, and yeah, some real good trading happening. All right, Danya lost. No. That was going to cause a lot of confusion. No, she or he, I don't know what they are. They did not lose 130K, right? That's not the case. You're going to see that because we removed orders that they technically could have not traded. So, for example, they weren't short on stocks that in real life, in real trade, they did not have inventory to short. So we removed those wins. So you might see a drop of like 130, but they didn't lose 130. So yeah, don't get, that's not what happened there. I don't think that was the case, right? So again, 38,000K, still pretty good. That's profit, So, but no, I don't think they lost that amount.
Well, day?
I'll have to check. Oh, baby. All right, let's focus on this for a second. Yes, come on. Do we keep holding here? Want to be patient? Oh, now we got to take it partial. Yes, 269. Let's see. 269. Let's not be greedy, Carlos. Just take a little bit off. You can always take more off later. Don't be greedy. Oh, I'll have to check in Nevada, but that's not what we were told. Maybe that's how they adjusted it. Maybe that's how they adjusted it. What they needed to remove. They put in a trade. That's what developers do, right? Like, oh, we got to adjust 130. Just put in a trade for a loss, right? That's how they did it.
Wow. Agnes, sounds like, yeah, if you got young kids, if you got a 4-month-old daughter as you're trying to learn to trade, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work in a lot of ways. So good for you for pushing through. So
we had a couple of people. I had one mother in one of my boot camps, and they were literally with the camera. They had their baby on their hand, and they were learning, taking notes. I'm like, man, that is some damn dedication. You know, like she wanted to learn this. Yeah, it's awesome
outcome. So
yeah.
All right, Microsoft's at a high of day, Apple's at low of day. I'm busy watching both here. Obviously, I like the high of day. That's where I look for reversals. Unfortunately, Microsoft just poked to a higher high. It had, yeah, it's not an ideal mountain pass reversal. So, not meeting my criteria.
Agnes, was that you in my class? I don't remember the names now. So a bit ago. It was not this boot camp. It was a prior boot camp. But if that was you, I remember that. Amazing.
Melanie, your girls were 6 and 7 when you started. Okay, wow, 2 girls a year apart. That's busy. That's a busy house. Wait till they both hit teenager years at the same time.
Oh.
Good luck.
My daughter's getting there, man. My oldest daughter's getting. She's 12, turning 13 in August, and you already start to see the little attitudes and. Like, what's happening? What is happening?
It's Carlos. It's almost universal. Right around that age, something hormonally just goes they're
haywire.
And you can't, like I said, you got to try not to be too frustrated with them because every kid goes through it, and it's going to be damn frustrating because you're like, I used to have a smart, intelligent child that could like listen to reason and logic, and then suddenly they hit a point where they're like, they just will not listen. You don't know anything. You have no idea what their life is like and what they're going through, and it's just one of these. It's a rite of passage. It seems like. So, have fun. It's gonna happen. Just know it's part of the journey. They lose their sweetness. But you know what? Again, for most of my friends and all of their kids are sort of out the other side of it. I know mine certainly are. They come back. If you've done a good job, if you've raised them with love and compassion, they'll come out the other side and they'll say, okay, you know what? I get it now. I understand what you're trying to tell me. And in some cases, they may even apologize. You know what? I realize now. Sorry about that. One way or the other, most of the time they come out of it and you're good. So. But it's tough. It's tough staying balanced and if I could provide unsolicited advice to all the parents out there when they're a teenager, the key thing you have to remember, because when they're young, it can be easier to be an educator and a friend, and you want to be their friend. You want to be supportive. You want to help them, right? Teenage years when you really get tested, when you realize you are the parent, and you have to draw that distinction, and that's when it gets tough. It gets tough when you got to say no and they think you're being totally unreasonable and you're not going to convince them of your point of view, and they're going to tell you they hate you, and they're going to tell you that you're all the thing. You're dumb, you're you're out of touch, whatever it is, right? And to just stick to your
Stick to
guns
your
and say, like,
guns.
I
Stick to your
have to
guns.
do
Oh yeah.
I have to do what I believe is good for you in the long run, and you will thank me later. You can't tell them that, but you're going to be thinking that. It's really hard, but I'll tell you,
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
Stick with it. Most of the time, they will thank you later. You will make them a better person. You will help society and your family, but it's not easy. It's not easy through that process. So stick with it, parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stick with it, man. You know
And
what?
it's much harder now because you can't whip these
Yeah.
kids. You can't whip them
Moongeese,
now.
you're asking of all teenagers. There's no absolute in anything. Most do. I would say probably 90 to 95% of teenagers absolutely go through that phase. They're testing limits. They're listening. They're going to listen to others other than the parents, right? It's easy to take advantage of you. There's an old expression like in marriage and in family, you tend to hurt the people you're closest to most because you're close to them. And you don't intentionally want to hurt them, but they're going to lash out. And if they're frustrated with life, society, who they are, kids bullying them at school, online, pressure, all that stuff, unfortunately, as a parent, you tend to take it. It's because you're convenient. And frankly, if you give them unconditional love, then they know they can get away with it and it doesn't have the same level of consequence, right? So anyways, it's just one of those things though, like, you have to set limits, you have to set reasonable boundaries, but it's tough. I'll just say it. So just know it's coming, man. So Carlos,
Yeah. No,
I'm sure
I'm starting to see it a little bit. I still got two small ones. Well, they're not that small anymore. They're 6 and 5. But my 13-year-old, you could definitely start to see the changes. But yeah.
Anyways.
One of the things that we having that gap though, we had that gap with the first one, and it's a lot of things I do different now, much different now with the younger ones. You know,
oh yeah,
when it's no, it's no. And the other day, Peter, I did something so mean. One of my sons, my son, I only have one. My son, he messed up coming out of school. He behaved bad, whatever. The guy get into details. I'm like, you messed up, so it's Friday. We get ice cream on Friday, so now you can't go. It broke my heart. I had to leave him. I left him at home with his mom.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got to go get ice cream with Amanda because Amanda behaved good. And man, the whole time I'm like, this sucks. Because he was begging, pleading, and everything. It's like, no, it's no. Guess what?
Yeah.
Next week, he behaved good as hell. He went to make sure he went. So, but it broke my heart. I think it hurts us more than it hurts them.
No,
it's
brutal. Tough, right? Like
such a bad daddy.
Like you can feel horrible in the moment. But Carlos, I'll tell you, just based on what you described, you did the right thing. Because you have
it's
to.
Brutal.
You have to.
Yeah.
It can hurt your heart, man, when you do that stuff. But you got to stick to your guns because it's for the greater good. But it's hard. Yeah, it can be really hard.
It's tough, man. I'm like, all right, let's not go through this again. And I explained to him, like, dude, let's not go. I don't like doing this. I don't want to go through this again. Please behave.
All right, guys, I'm still watching the market here. Unfortunately, Microsoft did actually pull back off that high. I said it didn't meet my criteria, but it actually, was close to the mountain pass type strategy that I look for. It pushed a little higher and then suddenly, got this drop. I guess it probably helped that the market is pushing down towards the low of day here. We'll see if we can stay green. The SPY is still, it's got $1, or not quite actually. I guess it's got about 60 cents in the green. So see if it can hold out here. Carlos, your Apple looks like it's sort of
it's kind of getting
a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. I'm starting to see that this 269.35 level is really playing a good support here. We did get a drop lower here. It looked like it was going to lose it again, but then we right back to this 269.35. So I'm glad I took this partial here just in case. And we'll see. Market Atlas is still showing it. It's a little more balanced now than it was before. Go ahead.
I'm glad I didn't chase NVIDIA around. It's been pretty choppy since I got out of that short. It's interesting how it went through went green, set a new high of day. Well, not quite. I guess it spiked higher right at the open. But quickly failed off that. But now look at it. It's sort of bouncing, chopping in a pretty narrow zone, about a 50-cent range here. So that's definitely NVIDIA is telling me to stay away based on how it's looking. Um, and right now, a lot of stuff looks like that. I mean, look at Amazon. I know you tried to trade that, Carlos, but it just it's going nowhere. Meta, sideways, doesn't look good right now. Um, so the markets have quieted down here. Um, looks like car budget Avis here. It's halted like how many times today? One, two,
What's the
three,
price,
four,
man?
five halts.
Oh, it's
Five
dropping. It's
halts.
about to get halted
657.
again. Looks like where it's dropping here.
Maybe
It's
it's
yeah, it looks like it's
like you
about
said.
to.
The volume's low on car, so
It's
uh,
just almost. It's a cent. Oh wow, they held it. It was just about to go limit down, and they held it there. So it was like literally like
yeah,
2 cents away. So
yeah. So
yeah, but messy, messy,
car
messy.
is yeah. I don't like car. Even Tesla, pretty ugly here. Uh, choppy. So all right, we'll see what we get here for the rest of the day. It may be quiet. I'm okay with that. Again, an unusual presidential address that we saw at the open,
Mm-hmm.
going into the open. It started an hour before the market open and
Yeah.
continued
Yep.
through. Actually, one of the things that I wasn't looking at, Carlos, we got to stay up top here on our economic data.
What do we got?
Clearly the market didn't really react to anything. Early this morning, by the way, we didn't come back to it because we were busy talking other stocks. The ADP employment number, I thought that was interesting that came out. Let me, I don't have, hold on, I'm just going to flip my screens over for a second because I want to show this to you guys. Uh, go here. Oh, that's the wrong screen here. Economic calendar. So this ADP deployment came out like it's actually seeing some interesting increase over the last couple of weeks, where the number has been higher than expected. So this is the change in employment figures. So remember we were talking before about layoffs, and there's been a lot of tech
Mm-hmm.
layoffs, but there has been some growth. There has been some hiring. This number was 54,750 jobs compared to the previous number of 39,000. So we're seeing a little bit of an uptick, an increase here in new jobs being created. So that's good economic news out of the U.S. I don't know if you have. I think I'm sharing a screen on there, Carlos.
Oh yeah, I got you now. Yep, there it
Anyways,
is.
if you
Got it.
so there you go. So we got that economic upturn. I think that's pretty good. Let's look at the other economic data. You can see generally green, so positive numbers. Retail sales up, higher than expected, both core and non-core. The pending home sales higher. There was expected to be very flat home sales, and we actually saw an increase in home sales. Again, this number is sort of all over the place on a month or on a reporting period by reporting period. It's a month by month here, but it's good to see that it's up because our general feel would be that there's not a lot of good economic data out there, but it's actually the U.S. economy is holding remarkably steady. So anyways, business inventories increased a little, so that would say that there's a little bit of a backlog, not as much buying turnover. You want good turnover in the business inventories, right? You don't want to build up, but it's not much. 0.4% versus 0.3. So all in all, some actually good economic data this morning. So once again,
Yep.
it's sort of interesting. However, the market, we see it doesn't really care. It doesn't really seem to.
The market
So,
is yeah, agreed,
the
agreed. Market is
the market
just
is, we
doing his own
started,
thing.
we gapped higher, we moved down to the previous day close, we moved up, we moved back down. Like, it's really not, all in all, we haven't done much of anything, right? Because we've sort of
Yep.
just come back to where we started from. So
Yes,
anyways,
yes.
I find it
Um,
it makes it interesting. We've got lots of hours now before the market closes, but I think it may be quiet. Remember, after the close today, we do have
mhm.
earnings from I think it's United Airlines. We have earnings
Yep,
after the close.
yep.
Um,
United
other than
Airlines
that,
coming up tonight. Pretty quiet right now for United Airlines. Not much happening. Go of 500 likes today. Yeah, we didn't get to it, but we'll get to tomorrow. 433. We're very happy, man. Anything above 400, we're ecstatic. You might not see it in my face here, as I think my camera froze, but I look very happy about 433 likes. Looks like my camera is taking a break from today. I know exactly what it is. Give me a second.
You look pensive. What you thinking about, Carlos?
Yeah, I'm thinking about if this Apple's going to go any lower or not. Come on, Apple.
Look
What are we doing?
United Health. United Health is dropping right now. It's moved down about $10. It was sort of happily moving higher, and then suddenly did an about face. I didn't see any news on it. Let's see if some news came out a few minutes ago here in United Health. Oops.
All right, there we go. Put it in. Switched up the cables. Get the camera going. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do our giveaway, friends. Give me a second. Let me think of a good hashtag. We could throw in here.
Ooh, we had some option activity. That's what caused the turnaround.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, so UNH dropping. What are the oil regulators? OPEC released a statement earlier that said this is the largest energy supply disruption in history, with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. 20 million barrels a day, which normally pass through.
I would think there'll be something bigger. It was only 20% of the world's oil. It's not that much. 20%,
no.
Right?
Yeah,
I think it would have been a bigger
20%
in history.
For 2 months.
Oh, that's true too.
I don't know. Yeah,
that's true too.
I mean, I think you would assume, like World War II, for instance, probably had a bigger energy disruption.
Right.
But the global energy consumption was significantly lower, right? 80 years ago. So probably the 20% is probably worth more than the total value of, oil being shipped at that time. So,
yeah. Let's go with hashtag Apple. Hashtag Apple. Look at that. Alex, member for 3 months here with BBT, with Lambos and Garbage Truck. So good to see you. Yeah, hashtag Apple. Big news today on Apple. It's probably the biggest news.
Carlos, to be clear, when you say hashtag Apple, is it hashtag like the word Apple or AAPL?
I bet money I put AAPL. Let me go check.
Everybody's putting in hashtag Apple. I just thought I'd ask.
I think I put in hashtag AAPL, which happens, by the way. Sometimes I want to type in Apple.
Okay.
And I will put in AAPL.
Go,
ooh, speaking of Apple, friends. Yeah. Alex, congrats, man. 3 months in, Lambos and Garbage Truck. El Patron, 6 months. Good for you, man. That's awesome. Good to see you. I know you took a little break. It's
the whole market took a turn here.
Yeah. There it is, Apple.
Turn down here.
We're going to take a partial here on Apple, friends. Oh, baby. What is going on? Take a partial here on Apple. This is nice.
You're in the right spot, Carlos.
Oh, man. I'm in the right place at the right time, friends. I think it's you guys are dropping Apple. You guys are driving the algos crazy, putting Apple here. And Apple's like, what's happening? Algos just started selling.
The whole market is moving.
Oh, look at this.
The whole market is
moving. Peter, you're so right, man. You made a good point. Like back in the days, like if you ever buy an older home, you realize how many, like the house I live in, we bought is older, and you could tell the power plugs in the first floor now, because we redid the second floor completely and we put outlets everywhere, but the first floor it was like one giant room, and one outlet. Right. I'm like, dude, you need like 3 outlets on the wall now. It's like you need power cords. I need USB cables everywhere. Like this is not acceptable. So the second floor, we redid it. There's outlets on the nightstand, on my wife's nightstand, across the closet here. It's everywhere that we have an outlet, right? But you're right. The consumption back then was different. And we also changed the cables. The cables were not as powerful at that time. So yeah, it makes sense.
We had some you just made me think we had some guests over the other day and they went and they plugged in their cell phone. And in our front entrance, we got like a little front vestibule, right? Where you with the
Mm-hmm.
closet and you put your boots and your shoes and stuff.
Yep.
Anyways, and
Yep.
we've got a little bench for people to sit down and put their shoes on and off. And I guess hidden behind the bench, there's an outlet. Now, who plugs something in the front entrance, right? I mean, at least I don't. And I've owned this
Mm-hmm.
house since it was built. I've owned this house for like, what is it, 2026? So we've had it for 26 years now. And
Yeah.
somebody
Yeah.
plugged in their phone, and it was only when they were leaving they went and unplugged their phone. And I'm like, you know what? I didn't know there was an outlet there. Like I probably knew at one point, but it's
Yeah.
because it's sitting behind this little bench in this house that again I've built and lived in for a quarter of a century. I'm like, huh, there's an outlet there. I
Yeah.
really wouldn't have known that. If you'd asked me, I wouldn't have been able to tell you that. So
There you go.
which I thought was funny. So
All right, guys. Hashtag AAPL. Let's do it. We have 106 entries, 87 Lambos and garbage truck members. Good to see you, Eamon. Let's see who our winner is. But before we do that, guys, just look at Apple Go. Wow. I'm going to take another
Carlos,
partial
you're
here,
getting the
friends.
move.
Oh, my
Yeah, take
goodness.
some more off. Why not?
Oh, yeah, I
You're getting
did.
a
Took
good
some
move.
off
Look,
right
Carlos
there.
is happy now.
Oh, I'm
He's
happy
happy
now.
now.
Oh, baby. All right, let's see. Our winner. Let's make somebody else happy. It's going to be 3, 2, 1. Goes to Matt Props, MIA. It's not missing in action. It's called Miami. Matt Props, Miami. My brother, good to see you.
Okay.
Matt Props won the Thailand trip last
Oh,
year.
okay.
And we met him and his wife in Thailand. So
Okay.
congratulations, my friend. You are the winner of our giveaway today. Send me an email, carlos@bearbertrails.com, and we will get you all set up.
And I got to check
All right.
here. Well, we're at 462 likes.
For what?
So
Oh, yeah. Yep.
so not quite there. So I am going to wait until at least noon local time before starting my whiskey consumption. So I'll be responsible. You offered me the opportunity for whiskey in the morning, but we said you had to get to 500. So now I
What?
gotta wait.
Eamon, good to see you, man. What is happening? What's the news, guys? Clearly something is taking place. If we look at the SPY,
Yeah, it's
it's a
interesting. The market is moving more now than it did when the president was talking. So we
Mm-hmm.
definitely have some news out there. Let's see what we got here.
All right. So
Ceasefire. What is happening? Yeah, I don't see. You guys know what the news is? What's going on out there? Why
I
is
don't
the
know,
market?
man, but
Probably
this
something
is
behind the scenes. Just
Oh,
something
yeah.
behind the scenes.
yeah, right. This is aggressive. Though. Hey, I'm sure if you're sure you're enjoying this, we'll hop off here. We'll leave you with Eamon, take you through whatever's breaking down. Hello, Eamon. How are you?
I'm doing good. I mean, it was a really slow day. I took two attempts on AMD. I was really short biased on it. I can see it's finally selling off.
Mhm.
One trade was a
Nice.
loser, second trade was a winner. I mean, I'm in the green, but I didn't get the move that I wanted to get. So we'll see if we can catch something here.
Yeah.
Maybe one
Okay.
more trade.
Excellent.
See how it goes. Good job on Apple, by the way. That was a nice short.
Thank you, man. Right place at the right time. So I'm glad this worked out nicely here.
Wow. Yeah, that really worked out. I'm
Exactly.
jealous now. All right. Well, I'm gonna take my NVIDIA trade and I'll look for something new.
All
care,
right.
everybody.
Take care, guys. We'll leave you with
Thanks,
Eamon.
Awesome.
Have a great one. All right.
All right, YouTube, how are you guys doing today? Any good trades? I'm going to be looking for either a continuation play or a reversal play. Yeah, continuation play or a reversal play. I'm more biased into catching a continuation to the downside. Going to take some time until we get a decent pullback, but we'll see. P stocks arriving in Pakistan. It seems like these P stocks are going really bad since the market is dumping. Candy went with Microsoft scalps. Well done. Probably a good one. Allison short in MU. That was actually a good one. I was long biased today in MU. MU was on my long list. I'm still waiting for the break of all-time high level. You can see that on the weekly chart we had a fake breakdown a few weeks ago. Made it all the way to the high, and I'm looking for a break this week. I thought that that would finally happen today. The daily chart shows that we made a big move from the bottom, which is 340, all the way to the high. And then at the high, we started flagging. So I thought that today would be the day where we finally break. The hourly chart also wasn't bad. We had a small consolidation area and a lot of room, at least 465 for a long. But unfortunately, it opened and it squeezed without me. After that, it recovered inside the range and just literally nothing happened on it. So good job shorting it. I was long biased on it, so I just fully avoided it. Samir is short on Google. I think if you are short in anything right now, you should be doing well, right? Everything's syncing with the market. If you're short, you're on the right side. PLTR long was probably the trade from today. It gave two ideal opportunities for a long, the risk-free trade and then the breakout trade, somewhere around here. If you manage to catch any of these, then you're probably doing well. Let me show you what I ended up trading. So I was watching AMD. The main reason for watching AMD is hold this run from 200 all the way to almost 290. We've had almost 50% move, almost 50% move without any single pullback. And you can see that, yes, we had some signs of weakness, a hanging man around here, right? Small candlesticks around here. But for the first time in a long time, we've had two red candlesticks in a row. Not one only, two red candlesticks. This was a short sign for me. I thought that today would finally be the day where we are about to make that pullback that AMD needs. So that was my main reason to be short bias on it. I then was looking for a zone. Where can I actually short AMD? So I zoomed out to the 60-minute chart and I could tell that there is a good level around here, around 280. And my plan was to look for a short around 280 if it ends up holding it. Market opened, gave us a small consolidation, broke the range, recovered, and I thought that, okay, that's it. This is where it's going to sink. Well, fake break with the $280 area with a recovery inside the range. Played it to the short side, put my stop loss at the high of the range, and unfortunately that failed. Second time, exact same price action. Fake break of the high. I did not want to rush it. I did not want to short it around here. What if it just simply retests this area and squeezes? So I waited for an extra minute, shorted it as it went deeper. It gave us a mini consolidation, a mini fake break one more time with a recovery. So you see there is a range around here. Fake break with a recovery, then there is a range here, fake break and a recovery, which I used to add. Added, moved my stop loss to the middle of the range. And that wasn't a big trade. It was like 2.5 approximately. I did not want to have a second loser on it. The market PLTR the market was not weak. A lot of things were rallying to the upside. I thought that I'm wrong for today. So I just decided to respect the 20 moving average. You know how important the 20 moving average is in my trading. So I decided to just exit all out around here. And that's a small green day for now. 1.5 hours. I'm probably not going to be calling it today around here. We'll be looking for a trading opportunity. If we can squeeze a 3 or a 4 hour trade, that would be perfect. That would be hitting my average daily goal. If it's going to be a loser, then it'll be almost a break-even day, which is also not a bad thing. We'll see what we're going to find. I need a thumbnail designer. What do you mean verbal traders need a thumbnail designer? I think we have a thumbnail designer around here. Don't you like our thumbnails? Marvel, Bimparas, let's see. Yeah, both of these plays were good, actually. Especially if you ended up shorting it here. That was perfect, right? It's similar to my ad on AMD, where we had a range, broke the mini consolidation area, recovered, and I instantly used that to add. So that could actually have been an entry the short side. So well done. I like it. Not a bad one. Tesla all the way to 382. I don't think Tesla is going to 382. It could, but not necessarily. We are sitting around a strong level. Support, resistance, resistance, support, support. It could actually end up holding this area. If we break the $387 area, then the next target would be around 382, I think, right? 83. I would go for 383 after a small pullback. Let's take a look at it ATR wise. The ATR on Tesla is $15, so we can expect it to sell off all the way to 380. Yeah, it's a realistic target, to be honest. If it makes a pullback, that could be a good one. Everything is squeezing right now, though. Everything seems to be squeezing. This is not just a pullback before the continuation. It's happening on huge volume. See that we had a huge sell-off and then exhaustion volume at the bottom, followed by a pullback also on high volume. That's actually not a sign of weakness. That's a sign of strength. I would not be surprised if we end up double bottoming before the potential squeeze. So let's look for a long setup. Let's look for a long setup. What do you think about HIMS? All right, let's take a look at HIMS, AMD, and ME. We'll go through them. Look, right now, there's no need to go over all of these stocks individually. You can see HIMS, MU, AMD, Microsoft, NVDA, Apple. Everything is pulling back along with the market, even PLTR. All this price action that's happening right now is doing the exact same thing as the Qs. So AMD is not reversing individually. MU is not reversing on its own. MU is not reversing on its own. It's all following the market. And if the market drops again, everything is going to drop. Ayman, can you tell me the name of your book again? Yes, of course. That is it. Complete guide to multiple time frame analysis and reading price action. I'm going to send you the link right now in the chat. And you can get it directly through the link. I can see one more review added. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. So there it is. That is the link for the book. Oh, thank you, team. Maher, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you get stuck anywhere, if something is confusing, just shoot me an email and I'll be more than happy to respond. When everything is following the indices, how do you choose which stock you are going to trade? First of all, I am waiting for a setup on the index itself. For example, looking at the cues around here, what is the dominant trend, long or short? I'm confused, to be honest. I can tell it's a long and I can tell it's a short. I'm more short biased, to be honest. A big squeeze, no pullbacks, hanging man at the high. That's actually a short setup. Hourly chart, we are stuck in the middle of nowhere, like literally in the middle. So this thing could go all the way to the high, could go all the way to the downside, could chop around. So no bias based on the hourly chart. 30-minute chart, also nothing. You can see that around the high we had a doji, which is a reversal candlestick. Around the low, in 15 minutes, you are probably going to have a hammer. This is a short sign, this is a long sign, and we're sitting in the middle. So if everything is following the market, I first wait for a setup on the market. Let's say that my bias is going to be to the long side eventually. I'm going to look for a stock that's following the market and that is slightly stronger than the market so that I have a better follow through. If I'm short biased, I'll be looking for a stock that is slightly weaker than the market, also to have a better follow through. Or you can end up trading the leverage of the Qs, for example, QQQ. Right? It's cheap, it's twice leveraged, and you'll have a good risk to reward on it. So literally no reason to look for something that's following the market when you can trade the market itself. Sultanov, yes, you can leave a review before finishing the book. If you finish like 30%, for example, or 40%, and you're enjoying it and you wanna put a word or review, you can do it. Just a small tip, guys, don't use a lot of AI when leaving a review. Just use your own words, whatever you think about it, even if you're using it for grammar correction or anything like that. Amazon, for some reason, is blocking a lot of reviews if it thinks that they're made by AI, because it can't tell whether who put the review is a real person or not. That's probably why a lot of reviews did not go through. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to wait to see what setup is going to happen. For now, after this drop, two things could happen. We could have a reverse ABCD, or we could make a double bottom for a reversal. There is also a chance that we are going to just make a V reversal. A V reversal we are going to ignore, no way to catch it. The reverse ABCD, I do not want to trade it. I would have went for a reverse ABCD and a continuation to the downside if the pullback was not on huge volume. Simply because the pullback is on huge volume and at the low we had exhaustion volume, I don't feel like playing a continuation to the downside. So the only option for me right now is to play the reversal to the long side if it is going to double bottom. The double bottom would tell me that a continuation is less likely going to happen, and it will confirm the exhaustion volume that we had around here. But I would still need to see a bullish pattern on the 15-minute chart if I'm going to be playing the reversal on the 5-minute chart. So let's wait for that. And then we're going to see. So guys, what are you usually trading? Equities or futures? Just curious to see what you are mainly focused on. Just type equities if you're trading equities, futures if you're trading futures. Or maybe options. Chris stocks, Bimpara stocks. Said also trading stocks. Ravi is universal here. And so far I can see that most of you are trading stocks. Then we have options. I mean, options similar to stocks. It's more leveraged. There are obviously some option specific setups. There is another book with the exact same title. I didn't know that patterns. That's disappointing. Well, hopefully the author is not also named Ayman. Really, leverage ETFs, not bad. Really good style. I think if you're only trading leverage ETFs, you can go for options. Sorry, not options, futures. Well, let's hope these reviews keep coming and Amazon is not going to block them. I honestly received over 20 to 25 emails with screenshots of them putting the reviews, but saying that the reviews did not go through. So that was actually disappointing. Oh, Candy, it finally showed it. Awesome. Let me see. Oh, I see it. Wait, your review came in and another one got deleted. Now that's disappointing. I can see your review now, but I can see that there is one review that got deleted. I don't know how Amazon works. Sorry about that, guys. I caught some cold, so not feeling the best today. Small account in tax-free savings account, I can't do leverage. Okay, that makes sense. I see that. I see that. Magnificent Ruta, you can focus on stocks for now at least. Uh, Grow up your account. Eventually, if you're going to be good at trading stocks, you're going to be good also at trading options. As your account grows, you're going to be approved for options for sure. Candy, thank you for the kind review. Just finished reading it. Do you consider to write a book about your strategies like reversals? Um, Svetlana, it's going to be so complicated. If I go for specific strategies in book, word by word, step by step, it's going to be complicated. I think strategies are better to be explained in webinars or in courses. But who knows? In the future, maybe I will do that. I might create just a booklet with strategies and publish it. But I don't think that's going to be happen anytime soon. It's a good idea. I just need to see how to put it in words so that it's not confusing. Tazi, how to day trade for a living? Andrew's book, my book, not because I'm the author, but it's going to help you a lot. Uh, Trading in the Zone for psychology. Think the new Trading for a Living is also not a bad book. It's not exactly a day trading book, but there are some nice tips. Market Wizards, if you want to read about success stories, failure stories, also not a bad book. And then it just depends on you. Just do your own research, what exactly you want to learn, and find any specific book you think is going to help you. But I think from there, it's more about screen time and practice. AMD is doing well. Oh my God, what happened? That was crazy. Just literally stopped watching it for 10 minutes. Andrew's book is really good, happy person for total beginners. I'm not saying that it's a book that's going to help you how to trade with good strategies. It helps you set your first steps into trading. It teaches you about brokers, it teaches you about scanners, it teaches you about trading platform and how to use it briefly. It gives you the basics about trading, candlesticks, etc. So I think it's a really good book, but for total beginners. That's why it's called How to Day Trade for a Living. I mean, for beginners. Uh, my book is a bit more advanced. If someone knows nothing about trading and instantly goes reading my book, they'd say it's complicated and complex and hard to follow. But if they had at least a few days of screen time and read beginner's book, it's going to help them. MD is not serious. I agree with you. I mean, look at this. There is like straight move up, straight move down, straight move up. I mean, this was a clean pattern for a short. If you shorted it around here, that probably was the most obvious one. Then we get straight move to the upside again, and we could get straight move to the downside. You don't wanna gamble on catching a move. Uh, Wait for extra confirmation. That's why I'm just sitting and waiting right now. I want to see bulls failing to play short, or I want to see bears failing to play long, and I want to see an extra confirmation, at least from the 30-minute chart. Around here, I see the bears in control, and I wanted to see the bulls reclaiming control after the bears failing, and this one just squeezed, so it did not show any confirmation. If you managed to catch a reversal, well done. I mean, that was good, but it was like a coin flip. It was difficult to catch, at least for me. I don't see any reason to long it other than a clear level and some sort of a double bottom. I wouldn't even call it a double bottom. I would call it a range play or channel play. The max UMP, did you short it twice? What time did you get your both shorts? Hey man, your strategy on breakout, do you look at daily to be breakout first, then you take the trade on it? Not really. For breakouts, I'm mainly focused on the 60-minute chart. The daily chart gives me a feeling, a bias. Are we more long today or are we more short today? If we're more long, I want to see a bullish 60. If we're more short, I want to see a bearish 60. Then I look for breakouts, not necessarily above yesterday's high or below yesterday's low. Uh, really good soil, it's the same concept. It's like extreme reversals, how to catch a falling knife, how to trade parabolic reversals. They're all reversal setups. There is no difference. For example, these parabolic reversals that I explain in Verbal Traders or the extreme reversal course that I have on Trading Terminal uh, could be implemented on the 1 and the 5, which is kind of a V reversal, and could be implemented in the hourly chart, which is more of double tops or double bottoms or slower paced reversal. I would suggest Andrew's book, Anna Calling, VBA's, Thor's book, and Eamon's book. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. These books will give you a lot to learn and at least a good start to working on your own trade book. One at your blue line at the open, so you shorted it first at the open, I see that. And the second one at the top after this consolidation has failed. After this consolidation has failed. But did you wait for a huge move to the downside without any partials? I don't always partial. Sometimes I do partial. Sometimes I exit all out. It depends on my conviction and what setup I'm playing. Uh, to be honest, these type of exits, I do them maybe 1 or 2% out of my total trades. I rarely exit at 2 hours or 2.5 hours. This was just an exception. I usually hold 4 hours at least. Or I would be looking some profits and hold on for longer. But like I said, I just saw that the market wasn't weak. A lot of things were trending. I already lost one trade around here. Yesterday, I had a red day. I lost 1 hour yesterday. I mean, not exactly a bit less, but still, it was a red day. I started my day with a loss, and I didn't want to have like a second loss in a row. That would be 3 hours loss in 2 days. So I decided to call it. Uh, to take everything around here simply because there was no confirmation that this thing is going to continue selling off. You see the 15-minute chart close bullish. Around the retest area, there is our retest area. There it is. So there is our retest area. We break, we retest, we hold, we close green. I played it short and that was candlestick 1, that was candlestick 2, that's 3. And you know my rule. After 3, we could have a pullback before a continuation or a reversal. And I expected that it's going to squeeze more than give me the pullback before the reversal, so I just decided to exit all out around here. Now I'm waiting for a bigger trend. Now that I know that I'm on the safe side, I'm already up for the day. Worst case scenario, I'll be sitting around break even. I don't care. I don't care much about 1 hours or 1.5 hours. These are really small gains for me. I want to see the 4 or the 5. So I'm going to wait for a setup. You see what we were talking about? This thing is so messed up today. Straight move up, straight move down, breaks the high, fails, breaks the high, fails one more time. It's ranging, and I think the Qs are doing the exact same thing, right? Not exactly, but actually this is looking better for a reversal play. Sold off, pulled back. That's a reverse ABCD, so I'm looking now for a double bottom for a potential long. But the 15 is really weak. I don't see any reversal sign on the 15-minute chart. So let's see how the 30-minute chart looks like. The 30 is going to close as a doji. I don't think I am interested in trading it yet. Let's wait for the next 30-minute candlestick to close before we make a decision. Remember, it's all about patience. Remember the two callouts that we made yesterday? We called out MU right before I jumped off YouTube for a reversal, and we said that you want to see the higher low. That happened, and it ended up being an amazing reversal. Then in the chat room, we called something similar, I think, on Netflix. Exactly, Sultanov. In the chat room, we called a similar trade, like MU, but on Netflix, and that worked out like a charm. So you don't really need to be there on every single wave, on every single momentum move. Just wait for a perfect setup. You need to be like a sniper when you're trading. Let the market do whatever it wants, let it squeeze, let it reverse, let it chop. I wait for that one single signal that looks really obvious, jump in and manage that trade. If it works, that's perfect. You'll get the big win. If it fails, then you're just a small loser before you catch the second perfect trade. Exactly, Sultan. And they did exactly what we said because they were obvious. This here is not obvious. Zooming out the 30-minute chart, at least you can see that we're stuck in a range. And we're sitting in the middle of the range. What happens in the middle of the range? Random price action. In the middle, we could go to the up, we could go to the downside, we could hit the middle, we could hit the low, we could hit the high, we could hit the middle. I mean, it's 50-50. You can literally just flip a coin around here and trade. Doesn't really matter. Ideally, I want to see it here, or I want to see a 30-minute confirmation candlestick before I end up playing it. So we'll see. Let's see what else we have. What did gold do today? Sold off. Nothing on Microsoft. Oh, you also caught it just because. Good job. I'm glad that you managed to catch it. AMD looks like it wants to break the high of the day one more time. Anything specific now, guys? Anything you're watching? Would you say Marvel and NVTS are inverted cup and handle? Let's see. Pattern-wise, Ben Culture, right? It is an inverted cup and handle setup, but we're stuck in a range on the 30-minute chart. It looks like an inverted cup and handle, but doesn't mean that it's going to sell off. 60-minute chart range bounded. Daily chart is overstretched, which makes it interesting for a short for sure. But let's wait for today to close and then maybe tomorrow look at it for a short. Pattern wise, you're right. It is an inverted cup and handle. Same thing for NVTS, but it's too strong to go for a short. You can see that we are sitting in a consolidation area on low volume. Then we're breaking the consolidation area on the daily chart on huge volume. You want to be careful about playing reversals against the direction of the daily chart. So pattern-wise, it is an inverted cup and handle. Setup-wise, I don't think it's the best inverted cup and handle. SOXL seems to be doing exactly what the Qs are doing. Worth keeping an eye on. But we don't know where the market is headed yet. I like Apple. Yeah, this is a good one, Sir Megamind. I think this one is worth keeping an eye on for a reversal. Let's see what we have. The weekly is more bearish. We're rejecting the high of the range. The daily chart needs a pullback before a continuation on a more dominant uptrend. So this actually looks interesting for a reversal to the long side. We have a level around here. Really good level, by the way. I love it when the level is a big wick. Those big wicks usually hold nicely. We have this level around here. And I don't see anything else that looks really good or realistic for today. Yeah, nothing else that looks realistic. Let's take a look now at the average true range on Apple. The average true range on Apple is $5 to $6. We are already past the ATR. That's another thing that makes it interesting for a reversal. Let's take a look at Atlas. By the way, it's also independent from the market, which is another thing that is good. We can trade it no matter whether the market is uptrending or reversing. Oh, sorry, or selling off. Atlas wise, Apple is neutral. Could be a long, could be a short. Shorter term, it's more short. A big order, 267, 10,000 shares. It would be best to see this $267 area gets filled. We want to see the liquidity get swept around to 67 and then look for a reversal. But even if that doesn't happen, we could still play a reversal on it. For now, all the time frames are sinking red, not even a single sign of strength, not on the hourly, not on the 30, not on the 15-minute chart. It's a good one to watch for a reversal. I'll put it on my second screen. And let's see if it sets up during our YouTube session or sets up later when I'm in the chat room. But I'll keep an eye on Apple for a reversal. Now let's keep going on. So beyond Magnificent Router. More long, but not the cleanest. I'd stay away from it. It doesn't move a lot. Not the type of trades that I'm trading, but slightly more long bias on it for a shorter term, not longer term. Afra Salim watching Oracle. I like it. This is really strong, really bullish, but I think it already made its move for today. It's not good for a reversal. It's not good for long. No good risk to reward ratio. Good pick for the day, but at the open probably. Afraz, I don't know about at the. Oh, by the way, this looks interesting for now. We broke the low and we held. If this 5-minute candlestick closes bullish, maybe. Yeah, if the 5-minute candlestick closes bullish, maybe. Let's see. We'll get back to the SPY in a minute. I think I owe Q, right? That's what you meant, a chat? For a swing, I don't like it for a short. This thing looks bullish. You can see that based on the volume. Nothing here. Nothing at all. And now we squeeze on really huge volume, even though it's sitting around a retest area, even though it's sitting around the 200, it's not a good short. At the same time, it's not a good long because it's already made a big move. Maybe if it pulls back to 40 or to 35, you could go for a second leg to the upside. For now, I just keep watching it. For day trading, it's interesting every single day. We love the volatility, we love the liquidity. So it's amazing pick for day trading, but not yet ready for a swing trade unless you ended up catching it in the beginning of the move. AMD, I don't know about AMD to be honest. Like I said, it's been tricky. Every time it breaks the high, it makes huge swings. I'm short biased on it, but I don't see any setups on it. HIMS is following the market, but AXTI is interesting. Let's see. If I had to bet, it would be definitely more for a long. But you see, this one has both downside. It has a downside for playing it short, and it has a downside of playing it to the long side. We're stuck between two ranges. There is a consolidation area around here. There is a consolidation area around here. And we're just literally hitting it up and down like a ping pong, right? Literally nothing. So it would be more convenient to trade it above 78 for a long or below 68 for a short, avoiding all this consolidation area around here. Anthony is watching NVDA. This is a tough one, to be honest. I also cannot really read it. Wiki, no follow through. Good stock to watch, obviously. It makes good moves. It's liquid, but I don't see it moving headed anywhere today. MU looks interesting for a long, like more and more it looks interesting for a long. We are sitting around a buy zone that was held here, 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 and we are at it right now. 30-minute chart probably closed this reversal candlestick. Yes, there it is. We have a reversal candlestick on the 30-minute chart. 5-minute chart has an okay double bottom. The 1-minute chart is sitting in a range. So if you want to play MU to the long side, you probably want to play it either long closer to the low, ideally after fake break, or at the break. At the break is the really bad entry, because if you play it at the break, you need to put your stop loss in the middle, and that would be a bad risk to reward ratio to view up. So your entry would need to be somewhere around here for a long play. Too close to the non-moving average on the 15-minute chart, which means that it's more bearish than bullish. It's also parallel, or starting to get parallel, which is also more bearish than bullish. So it has some contradictive signals. Even though I am slightly more long bias on it, I would stay away from it until it gives more bullish signals. I'll put it on my second monitor, and if it sets up, I'll let you know. For now, it's better to stay away from it. So far, I like two stocks to keep an eye on. I like Apple for a reversal, and I like MU, but none of them are ready yet, at least. Let's take a look at Baba. Someone also wanted me to take a look at it. Baba is also interesting one to keep an eye on for a reversal, but I don't see any good levels to play it for a reversal. We have one touch here, but that's about it. Doesn't look enough. Good moving average on the 30-minute chart. By the way, not the worst stock. Definitely not the worst stock. You can watch Baba for a reversal, but not this hour. Wait for the next hour. See how this candlestick is going to close. Doji, hammer, uh, reverse hanging man. That would be a decent sign to keep an eye on for a reversal. So we can put Baba as well on the list. I like it less. I'm not a fan of trading Baba. So far, we have three dominant stocks: MU for a long, Baba not now, only after 1 p.m., and Apple is my favorite at the moment, but it is still not ready. Sammy, it's the default settings. I didn't change anything. I just zoom it in or out depending on the stock's price. So, let's keep going. Let's get back to the cues. Really good sell. I can see that you're looking for a time frame that works best for you. Um, my advice for you, if you're just starting out, at the open, the first 10 minutes, focus on the 1 minute chart. Between 9:45 and maybe 10:30, focus on both the 1 and the 5, more on the 5. Closer to 10:30, maybe 10:15, add the 15-minute chart, and pay attention religiously to the 5 and the 15 between 10:30 and maybe 11:30. After 11:30, include the 30-minute chart and the hourly chart, and watch like hourly 15.5 or 30 15.5. XCI for swing long, I don't like it, Jamal. It's overbought. Look at this. This thing in less than 1 year made a move from $3 to $80. It already made a big move. I think it's going to consolidate for years, but who knows? Let's take a look at AAOI. AOI, I'm not sure about it. It's not this hour. But Sam, I see what you see. I would not touch it for a reversal before 1 p.m. See what's going to happen. Yamaha Shimian 15R trade on MDL. You're nailing it. Good job. I don't know how you got that. MD was really difficult to read. When is Apple ready again? I don't know. Not yet. I want to see it grabbing the order at 267, which it did. It got refilled, by the way, you see? So it got these 10,000 shares grabbed, and now it got more shares refilled at 267. I want to see it actually breaking it, like taking everything that's there, absorbing everything to 67, then wait for a reversal setup, which could take 30 minutes to set up. I don't think Apple is going to be ready within the YouTube session. I have a BBT session after YouTube. I'll keep analyzing it there, and if it sets up, we're going to trade it in the chat room. Luis, I don't think so. Baba is already oversold. Breaking a level doesn't mean that it's going to sink even more. The average true range in Baba is somewhere around $4 to $5 based on what I can tell around here. And we already sold from 140 to 136. Baba is actually going to reverse either after fake break, either for a double bottom without a V reversal. If it ends up closing as a doji here, we'll be having this range after 12 p.m. Eastern. And you can use this range as your beginning of the, or as your base for a reversal, trying to get an entry somewhere around here after 12, obviously. And if it breaks, that would be even better signal for a reversal. But anything can happen, you're right. It could just simply break and sell off. I just don't see it sinking more for today. For Apple, would you wait for it to break 266.70-ish before jumping in? I don't know, to be honest. I want to see it forming the reversal setup within this zone. This here is my buy zone, and I want to see a setup around here to play it for a reversal. Remember that there is always a chance that it's going to do a V reversal. That's always there, but I don't want to catch a V reversal during this time of the day. I trade V reversals between 9:40 and 10:30. After 10:30, I don't go for V reversals. After 10:30, I usually go for higher time frame reversals with channel confirmations, double bottoms, fake breakouts, head and shoulders, whatever setup there is, but not a V reversal. They do work, but they work less. I don't see an edge going for a V reversal midday. I'd be losing money more than I'm making money. Do you take entry based on the 1 minute chart at this hour? No, not really. Yeah, I mean, I do take my entries based on the 1 minute chart, but before I get my entry based on the 1 minute chart, I look for a setup based on the 15 or on the hourly on the 5 minute chart. My entries are always based on the 1 minute chart because I want to have a good risk to reward ratio. But I switch to the 1 minute chart only when the rest of the time frames are ready. MU is probably going to break the law of the day. It'll probably trap those who are trying to catch a reversal around here. Again, there is a chance that it's going to reverse, but I can see it trapping the longs first. And there is a big order here at 442 and 441 and 440. Actually, really big order at 440. So I think it's going to trap those who are going for a long before actually giving the reversal. So you see, this is what's happening on Apple right now. It's slowly getting these orders filled. You see, it grabbed all the orders again and it got refilled. There is a really big buyer around 267. And that's actually a good sign. That's a good sign for a reversal. Someone is buying so much around 270. It filled these orders here, bounced from the area. The buyer came back somewhere around here. It filled it one more time, bounced for a second time, and got filled a third time. I don't always look at it, but it's a good confirmation when it's there. Probably the hourly candlestick is going to close red. And you know my take on this. If the hourly candlestick is going to close red, I am not going to be trading a reversal until we make a new hourly low. So after this red hourly candlestick, I will wait for the 12 p.m. Hourly candlestick to open. I will wait for a break of the low of the day, a low that's going to be formed. And then I'm going to be looking for a reversal play. So I don't think we're going to be catching anything during this YouTube session because nothing is ready yet. We're going to continue watching few stocks after 12 p.m. in the chat room. But who knows? Let's keep an eye and see. Who knows? Anything can happen, right? No, the 12 p.m. candlestick does not need to close before looking for an entry. I'll probably be looking for an entry between 12 and 1. Apple, I wouldn't say it's ready. I'd say it's setting up to be ready. It definitely starts looking interesting because we are sitting around the buy zone. The whole ATR is exhausted. We had the 3 candlestick rule that we are looking for a reversal. Not much big orders below, to be honest. It's more neutral right now. That's a really good sign for a reversal as well. It's good that when you don't see any orders to the downside for a reversal. At this stage, something like a double bottom or a fake break or a mini consolidation area would be more than enough. Let's take a look at Oracle for a swing. Oracle looks interesting for a swing, yes. Not a bad one. Not my type of swing trades, but it's not a bad one. You can see the technicals behind it. IWM similar to the Qs, nothing different. MU hit hard on many people today. Yeah, I was long biased on it. I was really looking for a long on it, and it just did the total opposite. You jumped into Apple for a small short? When did you jump in short, Bimparas? SNDK looks interesting, not bad, especially if you get an early entry. At this stage, it's too late. Remember that when you play reversals, you want your entries to be as close as possible to the low. I mean, at least below the middle of the consolidation. You do not want to jump in after it breaks. That's where you start locking in profits. So Apple is interesting, MU is interesting, and Baba is interesting. I'll be watching these three in the chat room. Apple is setting up. If MU ends up just reversing without me, then it is what it is. No regrets, but I don't think it's going to do that. And by the way, if MU closes as a hammer on the hourly chart, then would not need a break of the low of the day. You can just jump in somewhere down here for a long play without a break of the low of the day. Let's take a look at Baba. Baba needs a break of the low of the day before a reversal. And Apple probably needs a break of the low of the day for reversal. The only one that doesn't need a break for the low of the day is MU. Let's take a look at the Qs and AMD one more time. Qs looks like they found a bottom down here. AMD still chopping around. CVX was one of the stocks that I was watching today for a long. I told you yesterday we are sitting around the 20, which is a long. And by the way, not a bad one. I'll actually show you this. I did mention that CVX is interesting for a long today only if it makes a break below the yesterday's low. So this was my watches in the morning. CVX for a long after a fake below yesterday's low. Just stopped watching it. So this is yesterday's low on CVX. It broke yesterday's low and it's set up for a long. So wasn't watching it actually. I don't know how I forgot about it. Probably I would not have caught it because I took a break after 10:15. But if I was here, this thing met the rule. We had a nice double bottom. It broke yesterday's low that I was looking for and it recovered nicely. That was the long signal on CVX. Yeah, Muse looks like it's reversing. Did not give me the entry criteria that I was looking for. It's totally fine. The idea was right, but no signal for a long. We still have Baba and we still have Apple that are probably going to set up. So I'll continue watching it in the chat room. We are coming to the end of the hour now, guys. Remember, if you get any questions, feel free to email me, Ayman@bearabletraders.com. Trade smart, guys. Take it slow. And I'll talk to you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Bye.